See if we good. Good, okay. Okay, let's see. What have we done today? We need to talk to Joy. Like, really. Joy, please. We're going to look for him. I'm not sure I like this new key system. That's weird. Where would Joy be? DMV or here? Let's go. Let's go City Hall first. I don't even know what that intersection is. It's such a crazy intersection. There we go. The one valet spot they haven't removed. Would normally want, but I can't be bothered right now. Alright. Okay, just making sure. Nobody. Okay. Let me check the other one. In person, I can't tell. Oh, looks like it's a little. I guess so. Oh, I forgot to click on bells open again. I didn't consider that the reason they have so many like shootings and whatnot there is because they only have one entrance. That's funny. You know, burger shots like that as well, though, right? That can't be the only reason. Oh wait, is the reason they put so many ATMs? It's because people can rob ATMs now? I see now, okay. I was wondering about that. Could park in there. Oh wait, maybe we can't. Oh, where's park over here? Oh my, I could get to so many cars here. Oh wait, me. What?
Hold on. I would just arrest him, to be honest. He did the same thing to me.
Oh my. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? We got a traffic jam now?
Alright.
She looks hot. Look at that. Yeah. Alright, can you renew my license, please?
I'm trying, but now I go.
Hopefully.
1428, right?
Yes.
Oh. Thank you, Link.
Hey, what up, Liz?
And the fact that he doesn't shut up. He's such a yapper.
Hell yeah. Hey, older men love me.
She's a defense attorney. What?
Isn't that for emergencies?
Hey, Timmy. Hey, Franklin.
She's a defense attorney. Hey,
What's up?
no, we're just saying hi to you. Oh my God, what's
Wait,
happening? I'm
something happening here or what?
Oh,
I'm doing a bench trial right now.
Oh, okay. This is a bench show right now.
Yeah,
I don't think Franklin tripped
it's
at
a little,
all.
you know, it's a
I
little
know, I mean, yeah.
you know,
With a flare, that's potentially life
yeah, Gavin was doing
damaging or maybe badly burning
like
at
a
least.
sportscaster thing.
Okay, huh.
Attempted murder of a
Yeah,
government employee.
I
yeah,
witnessed
so
it. I witnessed
it's
it,
just an
Joy.
obstruction case. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why it's a little loose around here.
Alright, that makes sense.
That's like a new suit too, I'm sure, right? I'm always trying to get you in trouble for Naquin.
Well, it's our thing.
And Joy's in charge of my suspension, so I'm supposed to be talking with him, and hopefully I can get my bar back today.
Yeah, yeah, and now it's just
All I'm gonna say
a
is
light
good luck.
banter.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Maybe even bromance. Wait, is it a bromance now for Nacklin? No, that was you trying to kiss me, and I told you. Yeah, I told you about.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Whoa.
Trying out a name magic.
Yeah, I did have to specify
Oh.
that because as much as I yeah. I told you because I am a monogamous man. Mm-hmm.
He's a monogamous man.
I wish I would give you.
Wonder.
What's even happening here?
Flare with weed.
No, just the first
What was it?
one. Just one M.
I wish I would give me my phone back during this, but you know.
Okay, well,
Uh,
not the other adjectives.
It'd be fun to
start with
shitpost
M
on the
that
internet right
Fernacklin
now.
was trying to associate.
maybe you can do something on MDW. I don't know.
No.
I mean, what is marinated? Like what? Huh? Yeah, it is. Yeah, of course.
You're gonna marinate this man. You're gonna marinate this man.
What does that even mean?
You're gonna marinate the man.
Am I gonna take Franklin, stick him in a freezer bag, and throw some
You gonna
soy sauce
marinate
and
that
honey
man?
and spices in there and throw them in the fridge for like overnight? And then is that what you're asking? Because I'm not gonna do that.
This is
No,
true.
that's why I asked what the marinating was all
That's
about.
right.
Wait, is he whispering?
Well, you seem to have thought about that marinating a whole.
Franklin always whispers. Dang it.
Oh.
I'm spoken for.
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
well, I think you kind of just did. You already have a judge presiding over it.
I'm sure Mr. Prey would love to have you in love court. The Prey scares you? Okay, have you actually seen her do love court though? Yeah, but it's love court.
All right, I guess we're going up.
Does she know that you try to kiss other men?
Sad, everyone. Wife guy Franklin DuPont over here talking about how much he loves his wife. Wife guy.
Are you legally married?
Wait, is my mumble? Is that the reason why?
You're sure it's legitimate? Never mind. It was a comment about Kit, not you.
Ooh, is Billy Falco challenging the sanctimony of marriage here in the state of San Andreas?
Not at all.
Yeah, what do you mean?
It Shepard, excuse me.
Wait, I can't hear Franklin at all.
Well, he's judging your relationship to your wife.
He's
not your
cougar.
Oh,
relationship
me-
to your
Fucking
stylist.
Yeah.
I was. That's funny. Oh, I was judging the legitimacy of Judge Kit, not you and your
Ooh.
wife.
I love Kit.
Bold strategy from an attorney undermining one of the very judges of the state who has
Actually have a
lot of
power
respect
and
for Kit.
sway over all
Yeah.
of our licensed attorneys. Let's see if that plays out.
You know, I'm thinking I might need to become DuPont's paralegal at this point. You're gonna drag me down, Billy.
Oh.
I actually have a lot of respect for Kit. It was just an easy joke.
It was my lawyer.
Mm.
He said he was gonna walk me out of that prison, and he walked me right out of that prison.
The delivery from the up and Adam. Oh, that's for me.
Hello.
Oh, you're the nice one that fed me yesterday or the other day. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much.
How much do I
Really
owe you?
appreciate that.
Can't hear Franklin.
Yeah, the other one, Marcy intimidated to not serve me. So this one was nice enough to feed me when I was starving.
That's probably one of the most insane things that I've ever heard come out of your mouth, and I've seen you when you're like drunk and barely functioning in a courtroom.
Yeah, but that was true. Like,
Oh, you're the nice one that fed me. That sounds like you've
That's definitely
been,
something
like,
Franklin.
locked in a dungeon in Cambodia for like
I was
7 years.
Joy. I was starving. I was
And then our
so
auto-return
hungry.
trip
And then
Let me-
and Marcy
Here, we
took
can
me
step
to
over
the
here.
Up and
Yeah.
Atom to get food, and she bought food and then wouldn't give me any of it. And
Me
then
real
when
quick,
I asked the man behind the counter if I could buy some separate food.
Real quick reset. Because I'm not able to hear Franklin. I don't know, it happens sometimes, rarely. It's only ever happened once before. Where, the thing... it doesn't let me hear the other person. Nadine, no matter mumbles, fix it for whatever reason. I don't know why it happens like that. And it's only ever happened 2 times for... Oh, it must be something with the microphone. Oh, that's what it is, isn't it? Because it's only ever happened with attorneys before. I'm curious. Oh. I can't hear anybody.
Tetanus shot the
Oh, there you
doctor
go.
told me. Yeah.
I missed a
It's kind of weird.
No, that was
Or what was that?
just-
Sorry, I
was
was
like one day.
having trouble
You
hearing
see
you.
this
Actually, that was
this
just like a couple hours
evidence right
ago,
here. I mean, it
honestly.
clearly says no parking, right?
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
sure
weird,
it
very
sounded
weird.
Like a good idea at the time.
I'm not exactly sure what happened. I wasn't like, here present for like the very end of it.
I wasn't either. I think it was something about a parking violation, unauthorized parking.
I don't
So
remember.
I'm sure probably what happened is
remember
the
was
person in this pink car was
funeral,
upset that they
and,
got
everyone
towed or
talking about
ticketed
how
or something.
great he was and how much
Probably
he
actually.
loved them and
I
how
can
much he meant
check
to
actually. Let me check.
them and all that stuff.
Oh, you got
And,
an MDW
of
too.
course, because I feel responsible for it, it started a downward spiral.
Zakai is dirt poor. I cannot afford an MDW.
Well,
Thank you.
I'm an attorney, or I used to be at least. Well, I managed to get one that way.
Oh, okay. Very cool. Very cool.
Yep. I don't see it listed in. Oh, there it is. Intentional obstruction of justice.
Nah, I probably won't die.
That's good. We are ready. Yes.
And the judge has returned. The court is back in session. We're ready to hear the verdict. You've heard from our analyst panel the predictions of how this case is going to go.
I think
Open up your scorecards below your seat and check to see if you are the lucky winner of a new PT Cruiser.
Ooh.
And stay
What about
tuned
Panta?
for the verdict.
You know what kind of car I haven't seen in a minute? A PT Cruiser. I haven't seen one of those forever.
They stopped making
And
them.
I saw a Pontiac Aztec the other day.
I still think I
Yeah, they
can't hear
stopped making
Franklin.
them. Tammy, are you within are you here?
Nope.
Oh.
Okay, there you go.
All right. Well, we will wait on Tammy to stop staring into space.
You know what car was cool? The Plymouth Prowler.
Just let that
I've never driven
marinate.
a Plymouth.
I'm sorry. What's
You
that?
know what I miss?
Ready, Tammy.
Sidecarts on motorbikes.
Oh, right. Okay.
Why aren't there
My
more
bad.
of those?
We do need that. We do need that.
All right.
Amazing.
There we go.
Looks like we are good to go. Or both sides here for the verdict.
Both sides.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yes, sir.
verdict. All right. Today we saw the courts. In the courts, Tammy Mara being prosecuted with the charges intentional obstruction of justice ×1, unauthorized parking ×1, and failure to comply with police officer ×1.
Is that not
We'll
Talia?
start with the unauthorized parking charge.
That's definitely Talia, right?
Based off the photo on that wall there. Given within statements and as well as, pretty much within the entire report. Following the charge, no person shall stop, park, or leave standing, which is idling. Any vehicle within a matter prohibited by Section 3 of the State of San Andreas parking or motor vehicle code, excuse me. Following through Section 3, I looked for pretty much anything that would follow this charge. The really only real thing I was able to see in this photo, due to the fact that the car is parked in an alleyway, is there is a no parking sign. And there is a thing that Section 3 that says no vehicle shall be parked within 10 feet of a no parking sign. However, from the
She
picture
did
given,
it. She
my
said the
brain
thing.
immediately followed the Panther rule. If you're unaware of the Panther rule, Panther are usually about 8 feet wide. Within the picture here, and looking at it repeatedly, especially near the sign next to the ladder, I can personally imagine that you could fit at least a Panto and maybe a bit more between Tammy's pink SUV and the ladder, which would be over 10 feet. Therefore, I do not find Tammy guilty. Sorry, I find Tammy not guilty of unauthorized parking.
Okay. Well, despite that, no parking.
10 feet wide. Alright, next charge. Intentional obstruction of justice. From the statements within the report and the testimony we heard today, mainly from the defense side, I personally don't believe that Miss Maynard obstructed Officer Fontaine from doing his duty as an officer by approaching him near a rooftop. What was described was someone seeing somebody on a roof and Miss Maynard simply approaching. Nothing of Officer Fontaine's duties was stripped from him by Tammy approaching, which I'll follow up with in a minute, actually. The courts will also be finding Tammy not guilty on intentional obstruction of justice. The last charge. To follow up on it. To follow up on intentional obstruction of justice, the last charge, failure to comply with a police officer. Personally, what I've done in a past case is both these charges are kind of pretty much one and the same, and you would usually merge them. Merge them into a bigger charge, which is intentional obstruction of justice. However, from the actual statements in the report given by Officer Fontaine within his own report, as well as the questions asked to Miss Maynard by her counsel today, there is actual definitive proof that Tammy did not, in fact, fail to comply with a police officer. As stated by Fontaine in his own narrative testimony in the report, quote, D. Fontaine then informed Tammy to hang up the phone and place her hands above her head as she was under arrest for intentional obstruction of justice. As she hung up the phone, the individual in question also hung up. It was stated by Tammy under oath after bypassing her Fifth Amendment rights that within 5 seconds of being told to hang up her phone, she did in fact do so. Therefore, Ms. Tammy Maynard will also be found not guilty of failure to comply with a police officer because she complied. It's as simple as that. That's the ruling of the courts. I'll be available for any questioning if you need.
Hell yeah, dog.
Okay.
Tommy, come get you guys.
W.
Can I approach you on as being Donatello Fontaine, the arresting officer?
Oh yeah.
What the hell?
Nice of you to show up, sir.
Am I not gonna be sent for?
Nope. Time set.
Oh, alright.
Alright, I definitely need to wait and bother Joy for this though. We're getting that bar license back today, one way or another.
Take care of yourself.
Win for the good.
This is happening.
If only you were here.
Mm. Mm.
Sorry, Fontaine, do you need me?
Giving a legal opinion on the stand.
Joy, I wanted to ask, can I talk with you about my bar suspension?
Your bar suspension, hmm?
Yes.
I think what we essentially implied through our
I mean,
defense
I can, but
that
it was Prescott
was
that I believe
clarifying
was the
whether or
one who
not she was
suspended it,
getting
and
a
so I
lawful
need to
order.
get with Prescott. I'll talk
Once
with
that was
him about it. I
clarified
heard a
with
little
you
bit
saying
about
that
it
you're going
from
to be
him,
under arrest if you
but
leave,
I think we still need to have a
you
little
began
bit
to
of a
walk away.
conversation about kind of what the game plan is for that, and also,
Oh, what? What the? I crashed? Whoops. Alright, whatever. Me read it. Batting. Batting. That time actually was a crash. Why did it crash that time? That's really weird. What's the reason it crashed? Legacy crash. I don't know what any of this means, okay. Let's mumble.
Ah,
There you
I
go.
didn't know there were more DMV locations.
Is everybody okay?
What happened?
I'm not sure if there was an earthquake and we all smacked our head at once or what.
I was painfully ouch.
Yes, that hurt.
This particular? Did you not get yourself fired?
Even the gaunts are,
Which was signing. Oh. sure they'll be able to help you with that.
Yeah, they should be able to get back to. I can't hear Frank. Hold on, I can't hear Frank.
I can't hear Talia. Oh, now I can hear Talia. DuPont, go outside, bro. Go run out the building.
Frank, stop ignoring me.
Wow. Well, I can hear you.
Where's Joy though?
I can't hear you, DuPont. Go run outside. I took him on the phone.
Oh wait, let me copy the image. Where's Joy? When can I hear people?
I'm going to bed.
Anyone here waiting for something unrelated to this?
Oh, yes.
I just need to talk to.
I can't even hear anyone else.
After
That's
he's
Oh.
done.
Yeah, I'm going to bed. Never mind.
Let me. Okay. The very mention of Lis's bar suspension. Oh, sorry. Was too powerful. Crashed the server.
I don't need a rundown. Excuse me. Sorry. I need.
They know what would happen if he was unleashed. Oh, and hey, Murder Pause.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to.
Sorry, I was very focused. All right.
Burp in your ear. Jesus fuck.
Joy, please. Well, it sounds like Joy doesn't understand what exactly is happening. But no, well, is he just like decided, yeah, I'm just going to bed. Like, I'm not dealing with this right now. I'm like, oh. I know. Apparently, everyone was had a what's called. Everyone was DC'd.
Give me 24 hours. I'll text you.
Everyone crashed. It was weird.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, there's Joy.
There is a lot of information on here that shows that your stuff should be being seized. So I'll either get it seized or I'll get it fixed immediately, and then we'll see what happens.
Okay, where were we before I exploded?
You were saying you still need to get together with Prescott and talk about it. But
Yeah, I need to get together with Prescott, and I need to talk with Devereaux and Dupre, I think.
he sent me this text though, so I wasn't. I just texted you it, saying that it says Supreme Justice Joy will be handling this with you. Because I've been trying to speak with him for quite a while now, but he hasn't been able to.
Yeah, I did talk to him about it briefly. I just wanted to get a little bit more information before I do anything. But I suppose I can just reach out through other methods to get all that. But yeah, let me sit down and figure out what my schedule is, because unfortunately I am somewhat busy in the coming days.
Okay.
And then get back to you on a date, because I don't want to really drag this out. So I'll reach out to the people that I need to today, hopefully have something set up, and then hopefully I'll have something to give you tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, it's been about 2 weeks now, 13 days, so it's been quite a while. All right.
Gotcha. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, let me work some magic behind the scenes and see if I can get this all squared away. At the very least, get like a date picked out by tomorrow.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep, no problem.
Yeah, appreciate you. All right. Have a good one, Joy.
You as well. Take care.
Okay. Is that why he was saying stuff like that? I was kind of confused.
It do be. They don't think it be like how they do.
I don't. What is actually happening? I'm so confused. It sounds like something like insane's happening that's causing like there's some sort of like political fight going on. Is what it sounds like, honestly. No, I haven't seen it. I was talking with Roland about it. He was saying that there's some stuff going on behind the scenes that we're not privy to, and that it's there's definitely some like infighting going on, almost for certain. Oh, the windows are back. There you go. For what exactly? For Mike Blog? I don't think. I'm really curious now. I did think it was strange that a case with Mike Block about how there was oh, that one. Plead innocent to crimes that were never charged as the reason. What? Me look. Yeah, whenever I hear stuff like that, I'm like, I don't know. Generally, whenever there is like a bunch of judges and they get together and they have a discussion like that, there generally is some sort of weird, I don't know what we call that. A little bit of politicking that goes on, where they're kind of like they come up with some sort of strange idea, and then someone's like pushing for it really hard, and then they're like, okay, I guess I can go along with that. Oh, is that what? Okay, I figured as much, right? All right, so that was the case. Weird. I don't know. Why is that who was the judge that said yes? Mueller? Huh. Mueller's, he's usually really good with that. Like, he's honestly, he's defense favored rather than prosecution favored, despite being on the prosecution. Like, he has such a high standard, like, standards for prosecution that, like, if they don't do stuff right, he knows what's needed, and if they don't give him that, he doesn't let them fuck around. So it's surprising that Mueller would say that and push for it so hard. I can only assume that I'll have to hear his reasoning, but sometimes Mueller does get some strange ideas. Sometimes he will get a strange idea, and his head will run with it, and he'll have to be like convinced out of it a little bit. I've done it. Like, we just have to see like why that idea is a little bit crazy, and I'm like, he's like, yeah, but this idea isn't that crazy. I'm like, all right, let's take this for a little bit. You know, let's look at it. Now, what would this mean if this was true? Okay, now that it's because I was talking about him with this for the what do you call that? The so weed is legalized, but if you smell of weed, then officers can just search you if they have you detained. They can just search you. I feel like that doesn't mean that weed is really legal, because what that means then is that smelling of weed is probable cause. It means smelling of weed means it's more likely than not that you have committed a crime. Why would that be the case if weed was legalized? And so I was trying to I was trying to, once I managed to get that across to him, he's like, wait, no, but it's Mueller. He gets kind of locked on certain things. Like, he's good at what he does, but he does get locked on certain things, and it takes a little bit of finagling to work with him. But usually he's very easy to work with. In my experience, he's been amazing. Let me see. Oh, I'll probably list on my other browser because it's going to be quiet in this one.
Okay, so now that he's out there, we all agree that it's not beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yeah,
okay.
Let me unspeed it.
I would not. Yeah, I wouldn't have found guilty myself.
Alright, perfect. Alright, everybody. Okay, so now that he's out there, we all agree that it's not beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yeah,
okay.
I would not. I would not. Yeah, I wouldn't have found guilty myself.
Alright, perfect.
What the fuck happened? I'm so curious now. I'll have to watch that. It sounds like, yeah, Mueller got sunlocked on something. Or just like locked on something. And it's really hard to get him unlocked whenever you whenever he's locked. This is my experience. Like, you have to really but the good news is that it's not like it's impossible for that to happen. If you can explain things in a rational manner, and like, this is how you get from A to B to D, or the C to D, he can understand it. It's that he tends to get a little bit locked on, like, okay, he's like, but look at C, and I'm like, okay, now let's, what happens though, you know, we can go from A, B, you know, it's he can understand things, he just tends to get locked on certain parts of evidence. A lot of judges have that problem, like Nora I've seen has that problem for certain as well. Well, I mean, it's if Mueller's the one on the case, like he's receiving what do you call that? He's receiving advice, but it's ultimately his case to judge, right? If it was like actually a panel of judges and there was multiple judges in the case, I could understand. But if it's just him on the case, then it is his right to do so. I'm not sure. I do think that like saying that everyone else is wrong, when you have 4 people who are very experienced saying that to you, feels a little bit what do you call that? Like you're just kind of like, what's the term for that? Where you're just like, you're not really like giving their advice like any value. You're just kind of saying, you know, no, I don't agree, and so I'm just going to do this anyways. Like you're being kind of stubborn, I guess. But what is there a helicopter? Okay, you're being kind of stubborn about it. But you're also you're not as well giving the other people the face, I guess is what I want to say. Like you're not giving them like respect, and that you're saying that you're so right that all 4 of them are wrong, essentially. When I'm assuming at least that he had asked for advice rather than whatever else had happened. Where's everybody? Oh yeah, pushing marks doesn't really. What is pushing marks? That doesn't really make sense. Like if I push somebody, would there be marks from that? You'd have to push really hard in order to cause someone to have marks. Like that'd be like you'd have to be basically slapping them in order to be able to. Yeah, that's probably a big problem. But if that's what he got stunlocked about, I can understand. Is that but it wasn't really defined. But if there actually was, if somehow doctors were able to say yes for 100% for certain this man was pushed, then I could understand why he would think it was beyond a reasonable doubt. Even the definition of a serial killer. Okay, I somewhat sympathize now for Penta. Lis has been labeled a serial killer many times, but that was a little bit. So I was a little bit because I just love doing the RP of us saying like really strange things and then playing it off like oh yeah, that's a perfectly normal thing. Like just yesterday I was saying like, oh yeah, that's not normally where you store bodies. It's like it's like what did you just say? There's like stuff like it makes you like you have to think about it a bit second for like. What did you just say? What do you mean you don't normally store bodies? It's the prison jumpsuit? I wouldn't say that person looks like a serial killer in that case. I would say they look like a escaped convict. I understand. I understand, because, let's see. If we can get up the, this is a while back. The, no contact order. I was looking at, over the course of a week or more, Miss Daniels found herself unable to conduct her work in a normal manner, as can be found in statements by witness information need to be taken to place against Mr. Bajek to ensure the safety of Bambi Daniels. And I was looking at some of the oh wait, what's it called? I can't see them anymore like this, but I was looking at some of the statements and they're insane. They're like a lot of them are just like complete blatant lies. I was actually astounded that people could or that they would just exaggerate so heavily about what was happening. Nadir, witness, randomly walked to Nadir and said, "Do you know Bambi?" Without any prior contact to Nadir before this point. Nadir made small talk about it, agreeing he knew her, when Lis said, man to man, you know how women act when they like you? Lis began talking about how Bambi denied his dispatch employment because she wanted to have sex with him, and he denied it, painting Bambi as retaliating against him and ruining his future career. Began to theorize and Nadir that Bambi had a crush on him and claiming that Bambi was stalking him. Okay, so that is a very, very bad faith way of explaining that. What had actually happened was that, what's it called? I had just seen Nadir with Bambi, what's it called? I thought I had seen him at least a little bit prior, like just like 10 minutes ago or something like that. And so I'm like, hey, do you know Bambi? And then he, what's it called? And then I was doing the defamation campaign where I was going around saying that, that Bambi was stalking Lis. And that she might like him, and like that's what the reason she's doing, like to do as like an attention thing, because I thought it was hilarious at the time. But that was such a bad faith way of stating it. Let's see. This is Bambi's one. Began to hover on Bambi while she worked, hovering outside, expressing people at the burger shop that Bambi was mean, pursuing him romantically, and other forms of defamation. Began to impact her ability to work because he would borrow phones to call her. I never happened. Claimed the threat by saying, I hope you don't go missing with stab wounds. And he enjoyed taking women alone in the woods. None of these things were claimed. Claimed that Dexter was his favorite show because he believed in the character's vigilantism. All right, that was true, but that wasn't to Bambi. At PDM, Bambi confronted Lis about not coming into contact with herself or her presence on a personal level, and he initially discredited the conversation and by then was pleading to not take legal action against him. Felt depersonalized and entirely. That's not what happened either. I'm astounded that she would say that. I know that they messaged me out of character and be like, I still want to go through with this no contact thing because I want to get like a presence for this. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess that. But there was a lot of bad faith going on for what Lis was claiming to have happened, or what they were claiming to have Lis had done. But Lis was I was definitely going around slandering her. That's Lis's thing. Whenever he is freaked out, he goes around slandering people. Kyle Pratt, I know this on Seal's character. I don't know this on Lis, but Lis actually was being investigated for stalking, and he was found not to be probable cause to even push charges on him. Meaning it was not more likely than not that he was doing that. Kyle Pratt, his behavior is very odd and peculiar in the sense of keeping tabs on Bambi and taking actual civilian reports on Lis. He's perceived threat by well, I don't know what he's talking about there. Actually, I'm kind of curious. He's perceived threat via Deputy Pratt's experience. When at PDM, while Deputy Pratt around, Lis was found multiple times to come out and look at Bambi while she was talking with Pratt and Lexton. Deputy Pratt found this rather suspicious nature. Okay, so this one, this what happened is, this was a point in time where Lis was really freaked out by Bambi. And so I thought it'd be really funny, like if we actually did play up the stalker bit a bit, and I was like, you know what, Lis would probably be really freaked out. Like, you know when you see a snake, like a venomous snake, and it's like you just kind of have to like stare at it because even though it's like freaking out, you kind of have to like stare at it because you don't want to like to leave your side, right? Or a spider or something like that. And so I was having that where he was just hanging around at the business and just like, why are you here? Like, what are you doing here? And just like awkwardly looking at her. Because he was just standing there at his place of work. She really was stalking him. Bambi was actually coming around to his place. He worked it up. It was crazy. But she actually was stalking him just a little bit. Lis never actually stalked her though. Lis never actually stalked anybody other than Parsnip, which was Basil once, and that was consensually. Because she actually told him to go and stalk somebody. It's like, okay, I guess I'll stalk you then. Or to practice stalking somebody is what it was, yeah. When purchasing a car on January 3rd, Lis mentioned that his application to PD dispatch was rejected in interview due to him making sexual comments in the interview. He's then fired from a job at Oven due to Bambi talking with managers at the restaurant. He thought he was rejected from dispatch due to not accepting the advances of Bambi, and if he had a civil case for unlawful dismissal of Lis. He said he wanted to file a complaint with senior PD officers, but says that his calls to 311 were being rejected when trying to complain. That did actually happen. I was so pissed about that. I was calling 311 and they were actually saying, no, we're not going to do this. This isn't happening. Just because it was Liz calling. Liz had a really bad reputation back then. That was so funny though. But it was getting to the point where it was pretty isolating. I was having people I didn't even know just be like incredibly hostile to me, and it was not a fun experience. Or people I had good interactions. That's what really fucked me up. People who I had good interactions with previously, all of a sudden were like super on guard versus me, and we're like, yeah, I know I don't really want to talk to you anymore. What the fuck? Because Bambi was going around saying all this different shit. I was amazed that she could exaggerate to such a degree. Liz never did actually anything to her, other than no, he really didn't do anything to her. He went to file a complaint against her multiple times, but he never was actually able to file a complaint against her. Because the one time he went to file the complaint, she happened to be there at the police station, so he walked out immediately. The next time he tried to file the complaint, the dispatch officer wouldn't even accept this call and said, yeah, no, what's it called, stop calling. I was like, what the fuck? That was back when Liz was creepy. Wait, why are there two cars here, but there's nobody here? I've just been wandering around. But that was back to slander that was happening. So some of it was true. A lot of it was very exaggerated in nature. But I was amazed that people could exaggerate a story to that degree. It just goes to show though that people, whenever they have an idea of like what some like how someone is like or whatnot, they tend to add things that don't actually exist there. They tend to see things that are in that frame of mind. So like if you think of somebody as a serial killer, you're going to think of actions that you normally would think are just perfectly normal things to be strange from it. Like let's say so you think someone's a serial killer and they're just chopping up vegetables with a knife. You're probably going to think, you know, maybe they could stab me with that knife. When if you if you think if you didn't think they were a serial killer, you just think, you know, they're just chopping up vegetables, right? So you start to get your frame of mind starts to change a bit once you have decided something to be true, essentially. And so a lot of people, they see the prison jumpsuit. I'm assuming that to be the case, and they think, okay, this person is just definitely a criminal based on this prison jumpsuit. And so they decide that to be the case. So the knife example I just gave was actually something that happened to Lis. It's like, well, would you be scared, you know, if I was just holding this knife like this? And it was the Up and Atom chopping knife, you know, that one. And I was role playing that I was like holding it or whatever. And I remember the other girl, she's like, was he holding a knife towards you? And I was like, no, it was just the people. They were so I don't know why, but people get like really freaked out when you do serial killer up here. I guess I guess I'm too good at it or something. And so, you know, just I'm so good at it that I had to be told, you know, maybe you can what do you call that? We need to chill it a bit in the serial killer RP. Well, even though that's allowed in the server, you need to chill a bit with that. That's like, oh, okay, I guess. That would be interesting. But what I enjoy isn't like the idea of hurting someone, it's making the really like suspicious comments to make you really think, like, wait, what did he just say? Just the really like sus comments where you're like, huh, is this person like is this person a serial killer? Is it oh yeah, Dexter, he's my hero, right? This is my hero. I just really like how he's like a vigilante, you know, and you know, he really gets the guys that cops can't, right? That's I really admire him. I just stuff like that. I was saying stuff like that. It was so funny to me. It was hilarious. But no, Dexter can't be Liz's hero anymore. Sadly. And apparently, even though serial killer characters are allowed, they're not really. Is it inappropriate as acting practice? Oh, you mean that method acting is a serial killer? That would be interesting. That would be interesting. I mean, how would you... what would be the method acting of a serial killer? So I know like the clowns do a good job of like doing the crazed serial killer bit, but my idea wasn't to do a serial killer that was like crazed in nature, but it was meant to be the Dexter type serial killer, the one who's actually like somewhat competent, and is somewhat good at hiding things, and you know he does it to control like his impulses. I remember I was saying that as well. That you know, I really like how he is able to do things and control his impulses that way. Like what? Wait, what? What did you just say? Stuff like that. It's makes you think a bit. That would be funny. Yeah, that'd actually be a really good idea. Be interesting for a character. I don't think I can do a serial killer character though, because I mean I was told I can't do that. No, even though it says it's not against the rules, you know, even though it's said in that, but it's apparently sometimes if you're too good at something, it's turns out people will get out of character comfortable. Oh, even though I thought that was the intention of serial killer RP was for to make people uncomfortable, but I guess, you know, that's being out of character or uncomfortable means that you can be reported, right? I don't know. It's weird. So yeah, as much as I'd like to would do something like that, I don't think I don't. I have no interest in getting banned. Well, I guess it banned again because I'm on 2 strikes. I guess maybe if it was like scripted, because I mean circular RP bits would have to be scripted to some degree. But I was amazed though, people would just take like perfectly normal situations, and they would they make it out to seem like really crazy, or like that it was something intentionally done, and it was done to like in a manner to like scope something out or whatnot, or by just like lisping in the area. It was so funny to me. Like people were really just like as bad faith as possible whenever it came to what's called when it came to the list, which is hilarious. I mean, it ended up creating so much RP too. I loved it. That was something creating so much RP, but it ended up getting kind of it was too much at that very end because people were definitely taking it out of character. It turns out if you're too good at something, people will... Even though it's just a video game and nobody can actually be hurt. I don't know. My god, it's... Maybe on a different server I could try that. It says they're here, but I didn't see any WTF there. I've just been driving around and ranting about how...
I don't think it will, but there's always a chance. I never know. Cops are crazy sometimes, so who the fuck knows?
Wait, is Franklin's only turning?
I don't think
I had people coming into my chat and saying, wow, you're so good at playing a creepy character. And like complimenting on me and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, well, that's but it was for things that I didn't consider to be super creepy, which is funny. It's just that like doing the actual serial killer bits and whatnot, that was like creepy behavior. But they were complimenting me for stuff that I felt to be very innocuous. I'm like, what? What do you mean the way I talk is creepy? Like what? That's. Yeah, there were a lot of people though who I had people coming into my stream for a long time saying, "Wow, I never thought I'd be friends with Lis in the city after watching what happened with Bambi." But you know, goes to show, you know, what's called a cover of a book's like not what you seem or whatever. And I'm like, what? What? How did like nothing? I'm certain, 100% certain that Lis did nothing to her. There was nothing like even like threatening done to her. Well, there was text sent to her, but that was by someone who stole Lis's phone, and they didn't believe Lis at all for that. But there was nothing actually threatening done to her by Lis, like in my person or anything like that. So I'm confused how like she made out Lis to be like this absolute villain. Even in their mind, they thought Lis was like, I'm like, hey, can we talk about this? And like, okay, it's called like, okay, boundary setting. All right, yeah, just let me know if you ever when you want to kidnap Bambi. Like that's. That's like wait what? What do you mean kidnap Bambi? That's not. No, Lis is a good boy. Lis is a pacifist character. Always has been a pacifist character. My 2 rules for Lis: he can't fight back, and he he has to agree to any reasonable request. The can't fight back. That one's been hard to do. Like that one's been like. There've definitely been times when I've been like really. Oh, wait, I should pause those ads, but there's definitely been times where that one's been like really hard to, what do you call that? Where I'm like, you know what if I just, you know, what if I just broke that rule? What if I just had a knife for Lis or something like that? You know, what if I just broke that rule just a little bit? But no, it's, no, that wouldn't be the character. That would be me being angry. And the accept any reasonable requests rule, that one's been pretty easy because for the most part it's pretty rare that I get a request where I'm gonna absolutely deny that. I'm pretty yes and for when it comes to RP. And so that one hasn't really been a problem. There's been a few times where I've been like, I really don't want to listen to this request. But it is reasonable. But other than that, it's been okay. Like the ones I can think of is when let's go basically ask Lis to go all the way to, what do you call that? Go all the way to I'm just gonna be driving around. Might as well be like doing something. Let me actually go up and fish. Knife salesman. Yeah, there are a bunch of cool ideas. I don't think I can try any of them on ONX, but there are a bunch of cool ideas that I'd be interested in trying. But what was I saying about the I have trouble with intense. It's hard for me to do intense too well. That's why Lis is like a very laid-back character. I'm not good at like being confrontational too much or not. Even so, I have my other character Syl, and she is intended to be like the confrontational character, and it's hard. It makes me uncomfortable being confrontational and like confident in nature. But I do it anyways because that's the character. But it's definitely hard to play her. Wait, what? Okay. But for that sort of thing, I like the more. I really like dry humor, like the kind where you're like rather than something like, look at my knife, do you like it? And it's like, oh, you know, you could use these knives for all kinds of things, right? You know, just chopping different things. I mean, this can just slice right through me, like, you know, just really clean slice. You know, it's a, you know, if you ever just need, you know, just something just to real quick, you know, quickly do it. You know, this knife here would be perfect for it. You know, this stuff like that, and you gotta use like your what's it called? You got to use the right like intonation and whatnot. But, yeah. Or rather than I bet I could cut through bone, it's like, yeah, this knife can actually cut through bone. It's been well tested on animals, yeah, on animals. It's stuff like that. But that's what I mean by like it's stuff like you don't notice absolutely at first, but like it just like it makes you feel like a little bit off. And whenever that stuff builds up a lot, it starts to they're really weird. Like I used to talk in monotone, quite a bit more, and I had to stop doing that because apparently it freaked people out. And so I had to train myself to speak with like more inflection in my voice. But that's not something I used to do like normally. There was I had to train myself to do that. And so sometimes I find myself like falling back into the habit of being monotone. But I've had a lot better reactions from people just not speaking in a monotone. So it's yeah, it is what it is. All right, let me see. Although it's interesting though with inflection, you can do things. I've learned that you can do things with inflection that you normally can't do without inflection. Like despite speaking monotone, I would have, what do you call that? I would have like emotions under the monotone. I just wouldn't express it with my voice is the thing. But actually expressing it with my voice causes people to be able to better able to understand me, and I'm able to communicate with them better for that reason. So it's useful. It's a very useful tool. I just hadn't learned how to do it because I didn't think it would. I didn't realize I could use it in that manner. But it is an incredibly useful tool. Wait, is that what happened to Australia? No, Australia. The upside down RV, I don't see it. Oh no, there it is. Okay, she moved it. Or no, was it always there? Oh yeah, I did that. I did that on Lis for a really long time, and people got freaked out. For about like a month and a half, I think it was. People got really freaked out by it. And I was told, you know, gotta like lay off that, and I'm like, okay, I guess no more circular RP. I remember the very first time I did it. The first time was probably the funniest. They was talking about or what's called. I was up and Adam, and they were talking about how Nirvana was with Nirvana, Basil, and C Cup, and Nirvana was talking about how she'd gotten a shovel from somebody to shovel some snow off her car or something like that, and then Lis says, you know, was the shovel sharp? And she's like, no. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, that was a I'm like, okay. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, that was a strange thing to ask. And then C Cup looks over, and I mean, you know, that was a strange thing to ask. That was a self-sabotage right there. And that, I'm sorry, that was a strange thing to ask. That's absolutely was a strange thing to ask, but it's saying that isn't something that is pointing that out to other people is the self-sabotage part of it, which is funny. Oh, that's, I mean, I should try that actually, asking people how they feel. I tend to make assumptions and judgments based on certain factors I see in people, like patterns. But it's probably not the greatest to just make assumptions, and I can just ask how they feel. Because I do tend to let me turn on sound effects for this. It's pretty loud, but I do tend to often, very often, not understand when I'm bothering somebody. So I'll have to like clarify, is this bothering you? That sort of thing like that. Yeah, people will get uncomfortable if you ask too much. That's why like you can't do it too often. For the most part, you just kind of need to, when I found you need to feel out like who is okay with being around you for a long period of time, and then once that's the case, once you have that have an understanding of that, then you're like, okay, I can just do whatever on this person, they won't care. Like people who I found that to be have been like Basil, what's it called? Basil, Roland, not Franklin, actually not Franklin, KT, not Duke. Penny, of course. Ash. Definitely not Ivy. And, Ezra. Oh, wait, what? There we go. There's a lot more, what's going on that I'm not thinking of at the moment. There's sound effect volume. But it's the, what do you call that? I've been learning tips. I just learned from Lucky, actually. She said, you know, think about whether or not like the joke you're making is also going to be funny to the other person. And I'm like, what? I never even considered that. Usually I just think if it's funny to me, then it's funny to the other person, but it's definitely not going to always be true. And that's it's very much so. If I'd taken that advice, I probably wouldn't have made that joke. That got Lis's bar suspended. And I'm still surprised that I'm kind of surprised that even Joy was like, yeah, I still need to set up a meeting about that. I'm like, it's been 2 weeks now. What I didn't think it was that bad. It's I really didn't think it was that bad, but apparently it's I have cases I need to do. Well, I'm not sure what they normally do for when people's bars are suspended. I know Franklin had the weird one, but I thought that was just because Prescott was like fucking with him. But for I mean, yeah, because you know, there's definitely going to be multiple sides for So the main thing that's going to happen is the community that they're trying to foster is going to. I'm not sure if they're trying to foster a community, honestly, but it's the people on a server are what generally make up the community, and it feels like the people at the very top are not considering the community that's in the server. It's kind of feels like they're just doing their own thing, and I'm not sure that's a really good thing. Like you were saying, there was a bunch of so clicks are definitely. I don't agree with so clicks can be fun and interesting, and you can have a lot of RP from that. But the thing is that clicks can't stay in the same place. So the thing that causes stagnation is not. There's multiple things that cause stagnation, but one of them can be clicks. But it's not just clicks; it's clicks and staying in the same place. So if you're only staying in the same place every single day, only talking to the same people every single day, you know that's generally not good. There are, because that causes stagnation and people will get bored of that. People will get what do you call that? burned out, that kind of thing. And so what you have to do is so the reason that WTF has worked so well, is because Franklin's someone who like can't stay still. He's someone who always is moving around at like all times, and so for that reason he's gotten to know a lot of people, and he'll show his face in a lot of different areas, and so it ends up causing people to feel like they see Franklin fairly often. When really it's that they are just not moving too often. And a lot of people don't move too often around. I've had a lot of people tell me that I move around fairly often, and I'm like, I don't really feel like that's the case, but if you say so. I'm usually just thinking like 1 or 2 or 3 places, like cycling between them. But a lot of people feel like they at least see me fairly often around, which is interesting. And what that means to me is that they themselves are probably being more in the stagnant nature of things, where they're staying in the same place every single day. They're not really seeing too much of new that's happening. So, I mean, the whole point of Lis was I intended for him to be a civilian antagonist. That was my intention with him, because I don't like stagnation. I really hate stagnation. It bothers me. And so the only way to stop stagnation is to stir. You just have to stir things up. You can't let things, you can't let the pot settle, so to speak. And the way to do that as Lis is, I don't really understand how I'm doing as Lis, but it seems to be working. It seems to be working very well. I don't fully understand how it is. People are like, yeah, Lis definitely stirs, and I'm like, all I do is I just go along with RP, or I try to create more RP for other people. But apparently, just calling the police whenever someone has stabbed you is stirring, and I'm like, I guess, I mean. It kind of feels like everyone's been like so careful to like not cause issues with other people, and I'm like, why? I don't really understand. It's drama's a part of life. Just gotta gotta live it. I love drama. Being part of the drama isn't like the most fun. Being part of drama isn't the most fun, but afterwards you can look back on it and be like, yeah, no, that actually was a good experience. Like the Bambi thing, that wasn't definitely not the most fun when I was experiencing it myself, but I can look back on it and be like, yeah, that actually was a good experience. And I'm sure Bambi thought so, or what's it called, or Eye Candy thought so as well. Because they stopped playing Bambi almost soon after they soon after the Lis arc. Well, getting clipped of, I mean, I guess for the more popular streamers I could see that, but I don't. So I know the rules state that you're not allowed to what are called, you're not allowed to badmouth other streamers. So like, just don't badmouth other streamers. You generally shouldn't be badmouthing other people. Saying that things like could be better, or they could have done things better, though, I don't think that's necessarily badmouthing. I would say it can be. But I think that's more of a disagreement with the idea of how RP should go. Like there are people who like the more arcade style of RP, and there are people who like the more serious style of RP, right? So arcade style is the more, let's just keep going. I don't really care what let's go. I don't really care for staying in prison forever. I just kind of want to have like the unquotes punishment. Oh, well, I mean that's. I'm the fact that they're worried about drama clips means that there's like a witch hunt going on right now. It's probably what that would mean. And by a witch hunt, that would mean that someone has done something that's considered very egregious, and so now people are looking for like the next person who's done something like that. I remember there was something like that for Hearthstone, where there was a guy who had the reflection of what's it called Hearthstone on his glasses whenever they were doing like an online tournament sort of thing, and they were claiming that the reflection on his glasses was his him cheating and like looking at the stream to see what cards the other person had. I think what he had said was that he was just what's it called that he was just like looking over his past games or something like that. And it was funny because I was watching, this is back when Forsen played Hearthstone. I was watching Forsen, he's like, I did that as well, where I would look back at my past games this time, but I'm not going to do that that shit right now where everyone's on a witch hunt. And I'm like, oh, that really is true, huh? Huh. Where they watch like, I mean, I'm curious to see like the past games where, like, okay, like this card, they played this card back whenever they, or this sort of thing, like watching the VOD, so to speak. But whenever people get in the witch hunt sort of mood, you know, they kind of, they see witches wherever they go. But I'm definitely feeling that witch hunt sort of feeling right now coming from ONX. I don't, I'm certain Panda's feeling that way as well, because he's not on ONX anymore. I would say that ONX is definitely on the more serious side of RP, meaning that they don't like arcade stuff as much. They want stuff to be much more serious in nature. I think there needs to be a good, healthy balance of it. Like, you can have stuff to be serious, but being too serious all the time causes people to want to break a bit, right? That's like you get burned out really easily if it's just serious stuff. Like the reason, everyone should be enjoying it, right? It's a game. You should be treating it as such. A lot of people don't seem to realize that. A lot of people don't realize that. A lot of people don't treat it as a game. A lot of people will just self-insert and treat it like it's actually them and they're experiencing those things. I mean, I prefer self-insert. I'm not going to deny that, but I don't treat it like I myself am. What's it called? Like, Lis feels things that are different than me. I mean, if there's like out of character consequences, then I might feel something. That's for sure. If there's out of character consequences, I for sure will feel something. But if it's just Lis feeling something, then if it's just Lis dealing with something, then I don't really care. But even if there was out of character consequences, I wouldn't be able to speak on what the reason behind that was, because that's against the rules for some reason. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, people want to watch someone who's like enjoying that, right? You don't want to see like someone, you know, who's just like mad all the time or always like getting pissed about things, right? I found for me, for me, I find the most fun I have tends to be like, it tends to be like a surprise where like I just get like invested in an arc all of a sudden. The points that are hard for me are whenever I'm like in the in-between arcs. Those parts are the hardest, because I'm not sure what to do next. I don't really have a goal. But there is stuff like hanging out with WTF, doing like paralegal work with them for a while, even though it was only like 2 weeks. It was such like a memorable time for me. And it was a lot of fun. And it's what do you call that? There was just so much RP that came from it. That it's, how should you say? I mean, I like using WTF as like the example. Police dog. Why would that is really strange. I mean, I guess if you're playing on public servers, yeah, I've heard public servers are like not good at all. But yeah, I mean, there's people. People in ONX are the same way. That they're very quick to pull out guns, which I don't agree with. Guns are like your I want to win tool, and it's it's I don't know. People don't seem to understand that you can win from losing. I self-sabotage quite a bit because it's really funny. It's really funny, but other people don't seem to understand that. They're like, what do you mean? Why would you sabotage your own character? It's like, this is really funny. It's really that's the reason why. Yeah, you can enjoy taking L's. You don't have to win in order to have fun. A lot of people don't seem to understand that. Like, what's a good example of that? Have you ever played like in middle school or high school on some sort of like a sports team, and like you guys knew you were kind of like shit at it, and like you were going to like lose whatever what's called actual like ranked games or whatever, but like you guys still had fun. It's like that, right? It's kind of like that. You can have fun just being with the people rather than you don't have to win. You can just have fun being with friends and that have like, just like the experience of it altogether. Another good example of that, I'm not sure if you've ever seen the anime IQ. That's a good example of that, where they end up like losing ultimately, right, for the ranked thing, but they had like fun doing it. And they're like, now we have like renewed determination to do better in the future. Like there's good things that came from that. There's good things that come from losing, and just people don't seem to see it. It's hard to see it, I guess, maybe the time, but it's just to continue to stay bitter over it is generally not a. It's not a healthy thing. That is funny. So I didn't know this. Apparently, in real life, drug. Oh, that's not good. In real life, people have drug sniffing dogs actually have a below 50% accuracy rate. Like, how can that be possible? Shouldn't dogs have like almost very close to like 100 accuracy rate? And it's not that they can't smell the dogs; it's that they take commands from their owner to whether or not to what do you call that? Whether or not to say that they have like picked up the smell, because drug dogs are like so well known to be able to smell drugs. The police officers will just give them orders whether or not to like hit on something. And like that's kind of fucked up, and so they'll have a below 50% accuracy rating for that reason. It's very fucked up. I'm like, that's like, I'm surprised that corruption can exist like that, like this so blatantly. Where's the fish thing? Is that underneath a fish? Actually, I don't see where it is. Oh, there it is. Turn on card. Turn on. There we go. I don't know why it takes so long to turn on now. It's so weird. Yeah, I mean, you can train dogs to do things like that. You can train dogs to do things on command. That's not like super. Everybody knows that, but everybody just trusts that drug dogs are so capable of sniffing out drugs that they don't question whether or not when they do hit on something, and so police officers use that in a very predatory way to just what's it called, to just have a reason to search a car just because they want to. It's real life corruption number right there, yep. Well, why isn't my... Can the fish in my cooler load? There we go. It's but I don't like you said for you, right? They just expect it to be that you're going to hit on them or whatnot. So right, that issue, you're right. Huh. Yeah, but you rolled, all right. That's what matters. And we're rolling on it. That's having a certain amount of randomability. Like, just winning all the time isn't. Just winning all the time isn't super interesting, honestly. Well, though I say that Lis's record on the docket for cases is like, I think he's only ever had 2 losses. In like 50 cases, he's had like 2 losses, something like that. Something ridiculous. No, probably like 40 cases from I think that. Because I prep. Wait, dagger? Give me a second.
Oh, hello.
Hey, what were you wanting to call me about earlier?
I just want to know, do you hate me?
Of course not. Why would I hate you?
Well, so I've had more than one person tell me that you're telling people things like I go after married women and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna, insult you because of your interests.
Well, it's not an interest though.
Well,
I'm starting to get a really bad reputation. People are kind of treating me like shit.
Well, I mean, have you been going after married women?
No, not like specifically, no.
But there's been a pattern of it.
No, I've only done anything with one married woman, and that was JoJo, and she was in the midst of a divorce.
There was also Basil though for a while, right?
I didn't do anything with Basil.
She
Me and Basil
divorced me
did not do
to
anything.
get together with you.
We did not get together though.
I know, but what's called that was part of it was that what's called she thought that you guys were going to be together, which is why she's actually back in the city. I just saw her what's called yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, she texted me the other day to say she was back, but no, me and Basil were doing nothing. I was dating somebody else at that time.
You were definitely hitting on her a little bit.
No, I wasn't. I had a girlfriend, and Basil knew I had a girlfriend.
Really?
Yeah.
She did not mention me. She did not mention that to me at all, huh?
Yeah, no, she
Really?
knew
Are
I
you
had a
sure?
girlfriend.
Huh?
Yes. She saw us together at events.
Really? Because I remember speaking with her afterwards, and she said she was actually kind of mad that you had gotten together with someone else immediately after she what's called divorced me.
No,
She
I
told me
had a
that.
girlfriend.
Huh?
I had a girlfriend.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know, but huh.
I think there's just been a lot of misunderstandings.
I guess that's possible, but I do think like going on a date with someone who may have been married probably isn't the best, morally speaking or ethically speaking.
I mean, so I was told that she told me that she was getting a divorce, and Dylan told me that it's okay, like I don't want her anymore. So I was like, okay, I'll go out with JoJo.
Okay.
So like I didn't just like take some married woman and be with some I was told.
You don't
by
think you
both
destroyed our marriage?
parties that it was okay. No, I don't.
Like, I mean, I know was wanting to get back together with Dylan afterwards, so I'm kind of.
No, she told me from the get-go that she knew it was over and that she was just waiting for the paperwork to be signed.
Immediately after the paperwork was like officially signed, she told me that she wanted to get remarried back to Dylan.
Okay. Well, I don't know what's going on between them. I was just told at the time that they were getting divorced and didn't want to be together anymore.
Yeah, I get that. It just, while they're actually married, it probably, there can be stuff that happens that you may not understand or be privy to, right? Because it's a marriage, right? So I don't think it's, morally speaking, it's probably not the best idea to do something like that while they're married.
Well, I will keep that, you know, in mind definitely for sure now in the future, because like I just trusted that everything was okay since they both said it was okay.
I don't trust people whenever they say things. That's what I've learned. But yeah. So you're definitely not into married women. That's not. Because honestly, I was curious, like, whether or not she was saying that so she could like be married again. Because I thought you lost interest with her once she got divorced.
No, I'm not in a place where I'm ready to commit to a relationship. That is I told her that I just wanted to go on casual dates, but she wants a relationship, and I can't give that to her.
Okay, all right, that's very fair.
Yeah, I'm just not in a good position to be in a relationship right now.
Okay, I mean, to be able to say that, I think is very shows that you have a lot, done a lot of growth.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to, but it's just really hard when I got like tons of people just talking shit about me all the time.
Well, I'm sorry. I kind of was. I kind of believe that, but I guess that's maybe that was an assumption on my part, and is. And I may have been a little bit, like I kind of felt like you were the reason for, my divorce with Basil, and so I was like, is he going to do this again to JoJo? I was kind of worried about her.
I understand. I understand the concern. Like I promise you, there was nothing malicious involved there, and no, I had a girlfriend. Me and Basil are just friends.
No, I understand that. I mean, I'm not married to her anymore, so that's you can do whatever. But what's called? I've a girlfriend myself, so it's what's called. You can. Yeah, it's nothing.
Congratulations, man.
Oh, thank you.
For you.
I think you know her, Penny, or Penelope.
Who?
Penelope.
Penelope.
What is her last name? I don't remember her last name.
I only know Penelope Gesper.
Penelope Reed.
No, I don't know Penelope Reed.
I'll have to introduce you to her sometime.
Oh, all right. Well, that'd be cool. No, I'm trying to be a decent person, and I just wanted to call, like, because I just honestly wanted to know if you like hated me or something.
No, of course not.
I'm getting really shit on.
I'm sorry. I guess I won't say anything like that anymore. I mean, it's pretty rare that I hate anybody. I think there's only like maybe like one person I would say I hate, and that would be like a judge. So I'm not sure that's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate it, man. But congratulations on your relationship, and I hope the lawyer stuff's been going well. And yeah, I just wanted to touch base
about that. That's my bar may be suspended at the moment, so it's
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's not going the best, but I'm trying to. It's been suspended for about 2 weeks now, but I'm trying to get that back, and it looks like I finally managed to get a meeting scheduled. I don't know what the date is, but Joy said he scheduled one. So hopefully I'm able to get that back and everything will be good again. But yeah, that's things haven't been going the best right now. But thankfully, you know, my girlfriend's been there for me, and I'm very thankful for being with me.
Well, that's awesome. Well, I mean, if there's anything, you know, I can do to help, like if there's like character witness stuff, like just let me know.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you too. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
You too.
Alrighty. Bye.
Bye. That was nice. I was definitely getting around slamming the shit out of Decker. Alright, so that was just because I thought it was hilarious, the fact that he was actually twice going after a married woman. And a lot of people were like, you know, that is kind of strange. Like, normally people don't care about that kind of thing, but it was kind of strange, you know, that he was actually dating a married woman. Like, that's not something like you just, people do have that sort of like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't be doing that. That's kind of like morally and ethically not okay. And, what's called? It doesn't matter if, you know, they're saying they're getting divorced or whatnot. Like, just dating a married woman is not something that's usually considered, okay, politically correct or in any manner. I don't think it's ever. I don't want to say it's ever a good thing, but it's definitely frowned upon. which is why people believed it so readily. Because he was kind of doing that. And I think I don't even think that's the reason why. I think what ended up happening. So you know there was a rumor going around about JoJo. She was saying that there was a rumor that, like a really nasty rumor, that she was being passed around the DOC. And I was like, what the fuck? Why would someone even like that's like really fucked up. Like why would someone spread like something like that in RP even? Like that seems just like a really fucked up thing to say. I was like, that's just like a really fucked up rumor. Why would someone spread that? And so I asked Decker about that. I'm like, hey, do you know anything about this? Because like that's like really fucked up. Like I didn't think like he was spreading the rumor, but I thought he would have some knowledge regarding that because because he was DOC. And he's like, yeah, Dylan's the one spreading the rumor. He's saying she's been going around sleeping with like 8 different DOC. And I'm like, of course it's Dylan. Of course it's Dylan. And so I think what was happening is that people were assuming that Decker was the one who was spreading that rumor. Because why would somebody spread a rumor about that DOC thing if they weren't like pissed about something that happened? So I think they may have thought like it was like something had happened with their relationship, and so like as a way to get back at her, he was spreading that rumor. And which is a very strong assumption, but it would make sense if something like that did happen, which is why he had such a bad reputation, is what I'm assuming. What actually happened is that Dylan was spreading the rumor to get back at her. That's what actually happened, is that Dylan was spreading the rumor to get back at her. So yes, it definitely would not be that strange for someone to try and get back at their significant other once a relationship has failed. Absolutely not. Which is why people probably made that assumption, and why his reputation started going really downhill after that. Because also, Lis, I was absolutely going around. I was just going after saying that because it was just so funny to me. This is hilarious. Like, yeah, he kind of seems to only go for married women. It's like laugh. It's so funny to me. So I know it's bad of me, but I just love slandering people. It's just so fun. It's so fun. I get that it's not a good thing, but like it's so funny to me. What's called it? Because I was doing that with a Bambi as well, where it's going around saying that she was into Lis and that she was stalking him and whatnot. She actually was stalking him though, and the into Lis part though, that was just to fuck over. That was honestly just to fuck over, and it did fuck over. It did fuck over. It did fuck over. Oh, box. Rare. I have room for it. Okay. Let me just move this. Oh, okay. Holding ring. I wanted the root bearing, but I guess that was one works as well. What is this thing though? Yeah, going around just going around saying shit about people is just so funny. It's hilarious to me. I was doing that as well with Rosa whenever she was so Rosa was actually doing some fucked up stuff. I was not even exaggerating any of it, which was surprising. I wasn't even exaggerating any of it, and I didn't have to exaggerate any of it. That's how bad it was. And so for that reason, people, I think I must have told that Rosa story to over 100 people. I spent what's called. I actually got annoyed that I was telling the story so often because I was like, I have to tell the story again. But it almost certainly got back to her, like 100%, like not even a question. It got back to her, but she was almost certainly losing clients because of her, like facing some whatever because of it. And it's because Lis was going around and just saying shit about her. She was suing Lis for defamation, but not even for that kind of defamation. I was 100% for certain defaming her, but not for the defamation that she was claiming. I was being defamed for, because everything that was I didn't like text anybody the Rosa story. I just had told people in person the Rosa story, and it was actually kind of like fucked up. It was really fucked up. And Rose as well blatantly lied to the Supreme Justice about it as well. I was astounded. I'm like, really? And I had evidence against her though. I actually had evidence to prove her wrong, and to prove that she was lying. Nothing happened to her despite her having lied to the justice. But I was like, wow, she really did that shit. And I really had evidence against her to prove that she was lying. It was very funny. That was that arc was it's like, in hindsight it was like it was a good arc, but like actually experiencing it was not fun. that was not fun. That was I remember I stayed awake for like 36 hours straight that one day, just because whenever I'm like really freaked out by something, I'll do like self-destructive actions, like I'll just stay awake for very long periods of time. Yeah, because Liz was actually in jail at one point in time, and they was going to be sent, and he was going to lose his bar license and everything like that. And I was freaked out by that. What's it called? Liz was freaked out by that. I was empathizing with Liz and all that, and just like almost like the adrenaline from it was kind of crazy. It was just so unexpected. Like if something it's expected, like I can somewhat handle it. Like if it's unexpected, that's what like really freaks me out. It's because I have no preparation for it. I really need preparation in order to be able to handle things fully. Like, that's why I'm kind of like bad at like a bench shells, but like very very good at dogfight cases for that reason. Is because if I feel like at least like I need to prep in order to be able to have to be like fully confident, I guess. And if not, I'm very unconfident. And I'm like, okay, shit, what do I do? I don't have a direction. I don't have a plan in mind or anything like that. I'm freaked out. Like it takes me a little bit to accept like what's happening. I guess that's a good way of saying it. But once I can accept it, then things usually start to go very well. Like it's always fine to me when I haven't done a bench shot in a long time, but back when I was doing bench shots, it would take me about halfway through the case to understand what my argument was. So like I'm like, oh wait, that's my argument, isn't it? Okay, let me go for that. Because it would take me a while to both like understand and accept what what do you call it? What's happening for the case. It takes me a while just like to be able to like just accept things for whatever. Like maybe it's because of my autism, I guess. But new things kind of freak me out. Yeah, even when reading books, if I read a new book, it takes me about anywhere between 20 to 40 minutes to be able to get past the first paragraph. Like, how could it possibly take you that long to get past the first paragraph? I don't know. It just, I can try like really hard, and I can like read the first paragraph like if I force myself, but then like the second paragraph, it's gone. It's just, for whatever reason, it takes that long for me to be able to like accept the fact that I'm reading something new. I don't know why. It only happens for new books. Like if it's something I haven't read in a long time, it doesn't usually happen. Despite that, I love reading. Reading is one of the things I enjoy most in life. From what I found, no, there's not a way to get past that. And that's always been the case. Well, at least as far as I remember. As long as I can remember, that's always been the case. It's just like what'll happen is I'll reread the paragraph over and over and over again, or I'll just zone out completely and be thinking about other things. It's just not something I can really get past. If I like super duper force myself, I can like read maybe the first page, but then the second page stops me. Like it's just I can't really like take in what I'm reading. I can understand what I'm reading when I do stuff like that though. But no, there's not really a way to get past that. Maybe if I try and like treat it as like something that's like not new, I could do something like that. Because I think it's like the classification of it being new is what freaks me out. And so if I were to think of it like as a sequel to something, it might not happen. Yeah, despite it being like a new book. Yeah, actually, that is right. That doesn't happen for new books like that. Well, sometimes it does happen for new sequels, but it's rare. Or more rare for it to happen for sequels. I don't know. It just takes me like a while to like to prepare myself for things, I guess. But it's I mean, I'm not gonna. It's not like I. What do you call that? It's not like super crippling or anything like that, because it's not like too often that you're reading a new book, or like a completely new book, right? Well, for me, it is fairly often. I would say probably. Well, it was, I should say. I haven't been doing as much reading lately. Today, though, I did read for a good 4 hours. I was catching up on a book. Yeah, 3-4 hours. Very good book, actually. Yeah, I've read. I read a lot, or I used to read a lot, I should say. I've been doing more RP now, but I would what's called for a long time. I would just like read all day. That was like the thing I enjoyed most doing. I've read. I must have read over 2,000 books, honestly. I've read quite a bit. So I have a pretty good understanding of how people write, I guess, and like what people are. It's like what's really interesting to me. Oh yeah, I read Percy Jackson. I read, I think I read like 3 or 4 of the Percy Jackson series, but I never finished the series. But I remember it being decent. Something about the son of, he was the son of Poseidon, right? And there was also the son of Hades. There was 2 kids that were the son of Hades, something like that. And there was like a ghost that was like following them and like being evil. That's about all I remember from it. Yeah, but that was, yeah, no, that's way too long. I read that when I was like a kid, so that must have been when I was like 10, so like 16 years ago. More confident Harry Potter? I was never, what's called? My mom was one of those parents who's like, you know, Harry Potter's witchcraft. You can't ever read or like watching movies. I think that's the thing. And so I was never able to read Harry Potter or anything like that. But I was always curious about it because I've always been interested in like magic stuff like that. But then what's called? I'm like, do I really care to read about like Harry Potter now that I've grown up? Like, not really. I feel like that's more of a, you know, back when I was little sort of thing, or for most people. So I mean by that. I think I have the I should at least I should have the first book, but I usually just read books online. Not usually. I basically only read books online. And I've read, like, I can recommend good books if you're looking for a good book story. That's for certain. That's, but it depends on the kind of genre you're looking for. Like, I can just recommend my favorite book, or I can recommend a personal recommendation. Like, my favorite book, it's a strange one. I love it though. It's called Super Minion. Started doing other stuff all the time. So you can kind of train yourself. Like, I understand what you mean, that you just get distracted and want to do other things. But what you do is you notice when you're getting distracted and you bring yourself back to it. And once you do that, you can train your brain to sort of bring yourself back to it. Because I have ADHD as well, and absolutely I will get distracted, and I'll reading things, and I'll just like find myself like opening up social media or whatever else it is, or just like whatever meme site or whatever that I'm looking at. because they get distracted. And I'm like, okay, wait, stop, close, go back, okay. And once I do that enough times, then I finally start. It'll take me a bit, but I can get a burst, and then I can just keep on going. Yeah, you just need to train yourself a bit for it. I mean, like reading is a skill like you have to train. That's a good way of saying it. It's just a skill you have to train. Yeah, because they make it so easy to doom scroll, right? Just make it so easy to just keep on going and not turn off your brain, not think about things. That's intentional. I mean, the best way to stop the kind of stuff is to just not go on sites that allow you to doom scroll. But I understand that, that can be hard as well. But I mean, you have to ask yourself, what are you essentially getting from the site? It's like what you are, if you're spending like, I don't know, like an hour a day on a site, like that's probably okay. It's not going to be like super, over the course of a month you're spending like 30 hours on a site, which isn't like too much. Over the course of a year, it starts to get a whole bunch more, right? But the very end, like an hour spent on like a meme site or whatever, is just like, it's just time to kind of relax, time to not really think, time to laugh, time to like de-stress a bit. It's not something that's super bad. But if you're doing it for hours and hours, that's probably not a good thing. I would say that most anything you're doing for hours and hours is probably not a good thing, but I think I hard to disagree with that. I think about it. Yeah, I used to watch TV a ton when I was a kid. I remember, me and my brothers, we would just watch like reruns of the same cartoons over and over and over again. I must have seen every single SpongeBob episode at least 8 times, something like that. And we were perfectly happy with that. We were really happy to just watch reruns with the same. Like, oh wait, this part's coming up. It's like the good part's coming up. I was like, what do you mean? We watched this like 7 times before this. What? No, we were perfectly happy just to sit there and watch reruns. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, I think we just watched mainly cartoons, me and my brothers back then. And by the time we were, what's it called? By the time we were like teenagers, we had switched to like Xbox. So we didn't really watch TV at all, because we were just be like doing Xbox, like Call of Duty, Halo, Gears of War for a while. That was fun as well. What was another game? What was another fun game that I played for a long time? Skyrim. That's right, Skyrim. Skyrim was great. Skyrim is great. I don't understand why they haven't made. It's been 12 years. It's been more than 12 years, I'm pretty sure now, and no new Skyrim game. Skyrim was like a super Omega hit. Like it's sold so much. What are they doing that's causing them to like take so long to make the next game? I was looking at the amount of time they took to make Skyrim from the first Elder Scrolls game. They spent 12 years making all 6 of those games. In that same time span, they haven't made a single new Elder Scrolls game. Like what's happening? Why is everything taking so long all of a sudden? What happened? I know they're focusing on Starfield, but Starfield was complete, like, Starfield was like it wasn't an Elder Scrolls game, and it was definitely not the hit it was expected to be. I mean, everyone understood that. Like, what was I don't know about that, because they haven't even had like any trailers for the next Elder Scrolls, right? There would have been leaks by now if they were what's it called, if they had been working on it, but it looks like they just hadn't been working on it whatsoever. I'm pretty sure they just been full focusing on the Starfield, right? And they're like, okay, we'll just focus on Elder Scrolls, won't be finish Starfield, and then Starfield turned out to be like a complete wash. So it's I know they were saying like the director was it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the game, right? Where they were saying the director was wanting to make like the universe he saw when he was a kid, like the idea of that, and this ended up being not a good one. And it turned out that the what do you call that? The fact that there was like no consequences was not a good thing. You kind of want there to be consequences for certain things. You kind of like, you know how in most Dark Souls games you have the capability to just like kill the NPCs just for like no reason, and there's consequences because of it. Having consequences like because of your actions is usually a good thing. Because otherwise, you know, you're just doing things for you're just doing things for no reason, or you're just like you're doing things and there's nothing, like no reaction because of it. It's not really anything to what would be a term for that? It's not rewarding unless there's consequences, right? Because if you're not like risking something, then what's the point of then you're just getting like a reward over and over and over again. There's nothing like there's no risk involved. You're just there's no guarantee of anything. I mean, there is stuff like you can make it even more efficient to get rewards, right? And then what you're doing there is you're making getting less rewards the punishment, the consequence, so to speak. But no, there always needs to be some form of like a consequence, or in order for there to be a what's called, I guess, I don't know, just like movement forward. Fun had it just. Of course, I played New Vegas. New Vegas was great. That was one of the what's called. I played a little bit of Fallout 3. I played New Vegas. I played quite a bit of New Vegas. And I played Fallout 4, quite a fair amount of Fallout 4. New Vegas was great. I love New Vegas. I did think that certain things kind of felt like a little bit unfinished, and from what I understand, the game was kind of rushed and it was a little bit unfinished. But it was still a very, very, very good game. Like, I love that there was like all the legendary weapons they could like find randomly and all that, and there was like there's so much you could just like go around collecting, and a whole bunch like of lore they could find, and it was just really cool. It was a really enjoyable game. The stats as well, like with the stats, like you're not able to just do everything. With Skyrim, you're able to do everything, but it feels like you still have to like focus on something in order to be able to like get do well at it. Fallout, like you kind of have to, you're kind of like locked into a playstyle once you pick your stat points to a degree. But it's like usually I don't think people I don't think people usually remember Skyrim for the story, right? The story of Skyrim wasn't like super duper interesting, right? It was just like Dragonborn, now you can absorb dragon souls, and it was just like a reason just to have like cool powers essentially. But it was the gameplay of Skyrim that was so awesome. It was like so great. There was a bunch of quest lines and stuff like that, but like the quest line I think was like most memorable that I can remember was the what was it, like the Cicero quest one, where they had that clown guy who was part of the assassins. That was like the most memorable quest line I can think of. Which is cool. But most of the quest lines were just kind of like basic, you know, go into dungeon, kill this sort of thing. Or someone needs help, they need this sort of item, that sort of thing like that. Just like not too much, but it was like really cool being able to like unlock things and progress in certain ways. It was very much so a more arcadey style game rather than something that was like story based. Now New Vegas had both of those though. That's what was really good about New Vegas. It had both of them. It had a lot of like good story arcs, and it had a good what's it called, and it had like the good arcadey style of it. Let me see. It's been a long time since I played New Vegas, but I'm trying to remember the it's massive dungeon. Yeah, when he had the what's it called, the Dwemer, I think they were called. Yeah, it turns out to be like a massive Dwemer dungeon. That was that was always cool to me as well. And like, wait, I don't have enough space. And your weight total. Having to micromanage. Okay, the value of this thing is like per weight is like this thing, and it's like I should be able to hold this. I liked for Fallout. I'm trying to remember the storylines that I'm remembering for Fallout. Probably the one I remember best was where you went into the yeah, I remember that one. It's when he went into the New Vegas, like the actual part of New Vegas, and you got to like see all the different cool stuff there, and like how it was like a different world compared to the outside. That's one of the storylines I probably remember best. That and the NCR storyline. That was cool. NCR storyline. I think you also got to learn about like a bunch of cool information about like how the what do you call that? The death claws were made, and you know how the super mutants are created. A bunch of cool stuff like that was just like a cool lore that there wasn't like any necessarily like one like quest line that was like the entire story. It was like the story itself was like made of a bunch of small little pieces. I was wanting to play Fallout New Vegas. I remember I even downloaded what's called, I had to download it, and I was downloading a bunch of mods for it and everything like that. But my mods like weren't compatible, and my game was just crashing instantly, and I'm like, oh god. And I just didn't. I was trying to like figure out what like which mod was causing it, and it was just like, oh god. And so I ended up giving up on it. But it was a very fun game. Because I downloaded like 300 mods for it, something crazy like that. Because you know you have to have as many mods as possible, obviously. I was replaying Skyrim, and I downloaded like 300 mods for it, and my game was crashing like once every 2 hours or so like that, but it was still great. I loved it. I still don't know what mod was causing it to crash so often. Maybe I still don't know about what it was, but it was a lot of fun. Then there was also that mod, like the Enderroll mod. That was interesting. I remember there was like some sort of mod manager, like the Nexus mod manager I was using, that for the most part did everything for you. I just don't know. I just don't know what was causing the conflict. That was causing it to crash so often, or like the crash immediately. Like I wish they would like let you know which mod's causing the crash, but like there's just nothing that. Oh, I clicked. Okay, I clicked spacebar, but. For Nexus Mod Manager, I mean, I know the people who like run the site are kind of like being weird about certain things, but from Nexus Mod Manager, you just kind of like downloaded stuff, and you could even download stuff like through the Mod Manager, which is very nice. And then once you didn't even have to do anything like once you downloaded it, like your Mod Manager would just pick it up, and it was like good to go from there. It was pretty straightforward. I mean, there were certain things you could do, like you could go into the mod files and you could like change certain values, but that was pretty rare. Like you had to do something like that. Oh, huh. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like the mod load order. Huh. So the load order, I know like it matters because you don't want to have like. But I thought all that happened was that like one of the as long as there wasn't like any dependencies required for anything like that, then it usually just kind of loaded. And if there was things that have like overlapping things, usually those take the first one loaded. Because I know for Terraria, I have like multiple, what do you call that? I have multiple art packs, sort of things like that, and so they'll be overlapping in some ways. And all that ends up happening though is the one that's loaded first is the one that ends up being shown. Why do I have multiple art packs? Because some of them I wasn't aware that they. I thought they like just they have like different art things to do. Like one of them only or changes like the HD quality of whatever thing, while another one changes the just the sprite or whatever, and so they do a bunch of different things. And so Terraria is also great. I remember Terraria. I was so addicted to it whenever I first played it. First day I played it, I think I played it for 22 hours straight. And I slept, and then immediately as once I woke up, I played the next day for 26 hours straight. And and then the day after that, I played that for 24 hours straight as well. I was really into it. For Fallout, I as much as I like to, I don't want to spend another 300 hours on the game. I'll wait for the next Fallout, so to speak, whenever that's coming out. Right, that's coming out, right? For sure, surely, right? Surely. I know for Fallout 4, I'm not sure if you ever played it, but it felt like the power armor. The power armor felt like a cheat, honestly. It felt like you could just power armor, and like that was like the easy mode of the game. I heard about Fallout 76, and I only heard bad things about it. That's about. 76 was the online version of the game, right? Yeah, I only heard bad things about it. People were complaining. I know what's called the argument was, oh, it's fun to play with your friends, but literally anything is fun to play with your friends. Like that's not that's not a good argument. Might be interesting. I know my cousin was into Fallout 76 for a while because he was in the Fallout series pretty heavily. I know let's see. I haven't been following the Gears of War series, but the Gears of War story was I remember that being like really fun. Like, that was one of the most fun parts of Gears of War was that they did such cool story modes. And I'd play that with my brother. We do the co-op. It was funny because my brother had the same name as the one character, Diego, and so he'd always play the second player for that one, plays as Diego and plays as Marcus or whatever. I remember Halo having a very good storyline as well, like a really hard storyline, I should say. But it had some like really cool, interesting stuff, like the Flood were just like such a cool aspect of the game. I mean, the point, like the Halos were created to destroy the Flood, so it makes sense, why Flood were such a cool aspect, because they were just like so overwhelming while at the same time being like cool. But a lot of the game was more of like fighting Covenant rather than the Flood, which I guess is fair, because the Covenant were like a big empire of aliens. Let's see. I played a little bit of the first BioShock. I didn't play too much of it, and then I played the new BioShock, the BioShock 2 or Infinite. Let me put this in the trunk. But what was I gonna say? Oh, I remember. I remember that. It just wasn't super. Why can't I? There we go. It didn't feel like BioShock. Like I remember the first BioShock was like really cool and like dark, and like there was like a weird, like strange atmosphere to it, and Infinite was just like bright and then in the daylight and and it didn't feel like the same. I've heard of Prey. I've heard that was a really good one. Yeah, just the atmosphere of the atmosphere of Infinite didn't feel anywhere nearly the same. Although I did hear that BioShock Infinite was somehow like revolutionized the wait, can I scroll? I can scroll. Okay. Revolutionized the porn industry, which is funny. I know my brother. He really liked this. What was it called? Metro something. He really liked a game like that. And he said that was a really good. Like how there was like, a limited amounts of like bullets, and like bullets could also be used like as money. And he was telling me all about this. I remember like it was all based off like a book, and I was trying to read the book, but it was the book was kind of very dry from what I remember. But in space with aliens? Oh. It's been a while since I feel like I've played, You know, I've never actually played Grand Theft Auto. I mean, despite, I mean, this isn't really, like, I've never played, like, the actual game version of it. I know, probably most people here have, but, no, I never actually played it. Hmm. Fish. A certain one. There it is. Adapt and start to get alien powers, or stay human and get enhancements? Huh. Prey. Let me... I was thinking Prey was like a Russian one, but maybe I'm thinking of something else. Prey. Video game. Meeting I've seen this before. Wait, Prey's new? I thought it was like oldish. Huh. Well, I say new, but it's like within like 7 years old. Mm. Hmm. It feels like it's been a while since they've had like when's the last like a really good single player game that's come out? I'm trying to think of one. Like there's been a fair amount of like multiplayer games that have come out that have been very good, but when's the last good single player one? Yeah, it looks really cool. Mm. You awaken aboard Talos 1, a space station orbiting the moon, and the... Oh, what was it? Mass Effect? Are they still making Mass Effect games? I heard that was really good. The Mass Effect story was apparently like amazing. Orbiting the moon in the year 2032. There was also, what was it? Who was the one with Isaac in it? The Dead Space. Has been overrun by hostile aliens and you're now being haunted. Let me play the thing. It feels like they were trying to make it like a pseudo horror game, but it doesn't really look like a horror game. Hmm. Yeah, it looks really cool. It's been a while since I played a shooter, I feel like. When's the last time I played a shooter? It's been a long time. I'm trying to remember, actually. And I've heard of Talos one. So I guess it's a pretty famous prey. Huh. Oh wait, Bethesda made Prey? Or no, publisher was Bethesda. Arcane made it. Okay. Hmm. Psychological horror? Huh. Alright, maybe I'll try it out. I'm usually not much of a video game player anymore, but I'm sure I can try it out. Although I say that I'm playing GTRP, but this doesn't really feel like a video game. This feels like something else. This is like roleplay rather than a video game. Though I say that I'm not really role-playing right now, but well, I'm not really role-playing. Why am I sitting here fishing, actually? Because I was ranting to you, actually, and we were talking. We had the cold Deckard. I had the thing with Joy, which is what I wanted to get done. That was done. And... let's see, who is... Okay, like, nobody else is asleep right now. Okay. Let's see, what was the last... I'm trying to think of, like, the last video game I played. It's been so long. Oh, I was playing Star Sector. Star Sector was a lot of fun, yeah. I remember I got really into it, Star Sector. I've heard about I heard how Helldivers 2 was good, but then I heard that there was like a weird thing on PlayStation Network and everybody was against it, and then they backpedaled like really fast on it. But I heard it was really good. And then there was Power World before that, and people seemed to really like Power World. Never played Power World, but I heard it was very, very good. I remember my one friend was showing it to me. Oh yeah, I played Baldur's Gate 3 as well. I played that with my brother, and it was a lot of fun. I played that a ton. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 was very, very good. Or is very, very good, I should say. Like, there's a very good reason that was Game of the Year. Amazing game. We stopped playing. No, we got like halfway through, and then we what's it called? We missed like a week of playing together, and then we just basically stopped playing it. Yeah, I played Divinity Original Sin 2. I played it like 3 times. So we never actually finished the game, but I've played it like 3 or 4 times. No, probably more than that, honestly. The first one was good as well. I played, yeah, a fair amount of the first one. I played a ton of the second one. And I played a fair amount of Baldur's Gate 3 too. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. I mean, Divinity even had like its own original like system for magic and all that, right? That's kind of rare. Most time games usually just like copy others. I do know for Baldur's Gate 3, like, you know, they have to follow like the actual D&D style, or like everything has to be like D&D. What do you call that? Like by the book D&D. But the problem with that is that a lot of stuff is like really overpowered in the kind of setting that Divinity is in. Because it's not meant for what do you call that? D&D wasn't really designed for like an actual like map to be in place. And for people to be able to actually like talk with people like they are. It wasn't really designed for that. And so a lot of stuff ends up being like really overpowered. Or like some of the spells end up being like really overpowered. Gonna be space? Oh, that they're making? I thought people who made Baldur's Gate were what's the name of their studio? I'm forgetting the name of the studio. Well, yeah, because they had to pay for the IP for that and everything like that. And even though it did incredible, like rather than they should have been paid for to make the game rather than having to pay for the IP. Because they did an amazing job of it, and I'm sure like the amount of money that Wizard of the Coast made because of it, massive. Larian Studios, that's right, Larian Studios. But I know that was like their original goal was like they wanted to get good enough that they could be trusted to make like a Dungeons and Dragons type game, or like for Baldur's Gate, and Baldur's Gate was actually made. I mean, I heard like the last Baldur's Gate 2 was like made like a millennia ago, back in like the 2000s or something like that. It looks old and dated. You know, it's so interesting to me. There's like so many good games that I feel like that are kind of like being lost to time. Is because like the graphics are out of date or because certain things are out of date. But there's a lot of like really good old games. Like, have you ever played like the Final Fantasy series? Great series. It's like a really good series. I've played 7, I've played 8, and I've played like 1 and 2. I played a little bit of 10. That's really all I've played. $14. Yeah, that's the what's it called. I've heard that one's really good, like really good. Again, everything's like multiplayer now, right? For Final Fantasy. I know next to nothing about what the Final Fantasy story has been. I know the story actually I don't even know like what the overall Final Fantasy story is supposed to be, because I feel like it was kind of different for each game. Like even like the world itself was like different for each game. There was a bunch of like cool I remember in Final Fantasy VIII they had like this card game that was really cool. I love the card game thing. I had to go around save scumming to get the perfect load order in order to be able to beat the people who had like much better decks than I did. With Final Fantasy VII, I remember the story being really good because they were like fighting a system of fighting against the government, and they managed to beat the. I didn't finish it, but I managed. What's it called? I got the part where they like beat the government and they were like exploding it, and so they were running away from the place, something like that. The past and echoes, huh? Hmm. Hmm. I can see that being a cool game. $300 long, just the main story. Wait, for just 14, you mean, or for all the games combined? I could definitely see it for all the games combined being that much. Just 14, 300 hours. That's actually insane. I know that what's called Final Fantasy 14 was the MMO part of it was like it wasn't just like a button mashing, like it actually required skill, and people were kind of were happy with that. And remember, people were I remember seeing some guys saying it's called World of Warcraft is just gatekept by item level, but Final Fantasy 14 is gatekept by skill level. Gatekept by skill level. Or is gatekept by skill, yeah. I played it for a amount of World of Warcraft. That was back in the day, back when Wrath of the Lich King. And that was fun-ish. I mean, it was grinding. Like it was just grinding, and grinding can be absolutely fun. But it was a lot of grinding, a lot of running dungeons over and over and over and over and over again. Not that it wasn't fun running those dungeons, but it was definitely grind. Huh. And I'm not sure if it's still popular, but I heard like Genshin Impact was somewhat decent. Haven't ever played it though. I haven't actually seen yet. So, I can somewhat the popularity of something is kind of somewhat based on you can tell the popularity of something based on like the amount of people that start like posting art of it generally. And so if you see a lot of art of something, you can be like, okay, this thing's like really popular at the moment. I haven't actually seen that much art though for Final Fantasy. I've seen a ton of art for Genshin, like an absurd amount of art for Genshin, but I haven't really seen anything for Final Fantasy. How what's called how new is Final Fantasy 14? Are they coming up with the 15 one, or what's called are they this? Yeah, I'm curious what we're gonna do, because for MMOs they're just gonna like kill off the old one. Final Fantasy 15. Oh wait, so people are just playing 14 despite like 15 existing and 16 existing right now? Huh. Interesting. So did they just fuck up with 15 and 16? Oh, okay, that makes sense. I thought for some reason I was thinking that every Final Fantasy would be an MMO, but I guess that's not doesn't or like after like a certain point. But I guess it doesn't have to be the case. Yeah, they were fundamentally just single player games for almost all of them. Okay. I didn't hear too much about 11. I heard a little bit about it. Okay, so 14 is going definitely very strong. What was the? Oh, that was Final Fantasy X, right? Where they had that weird like soccer game on like underwater or something like that. It's been a while since I've played that. Yeah. Although I do know that World of Warcraft was like having a surge whenever they released Classic for a while. But World of Warcraft is just like capitalizing on nostalgia. Same way that RuneScape had a surge whenever they released old school RuneScape. It's not even that RuneScape is a bad game. So I am, or I was, I should say, a RuneScape player for a long time. I probably put a good 10k hours into it. It's the player base keeps killing well. I've heard that said before, but I don't necessarily what that means. Like I understand, like, is it that people keep on asking for like easier and easier ways to go about things? Oh, okay, that's what you mean by that. Yeah, I guess that there's so I've learned that there's what's called. So what RuneScape has taught me is that real world trading actually isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like if somebody wants to get rich quick, it's actually what's called. It ends up being good for like the entire player base at large. RuneScape, what they did is they started selling bonds. And what bonds are is this thing that allows you to get membership for the game, for 14 days for a bond. And you can sell the bond though for money, and you can also you can buy the bond with real with real life money, and then you can sell the bond for in-game cash. And the amount that it sells for is actually very large, and so you can just you can just get rich very quickly through selling bonds. But it allows everyone else to like play at their own pace, so to speak. So the people who want to get rich quick and just like enjoy the or not really play the game, they can do that, and it just benefits everyone else around them because it turns out because that'll lower the bond price and allow everyone else to play through just like purchasing the bonds are like in-game cash. Warcraft though doesn't have like ability to just like purchase money or like membership time. I think if they were to pull a RuneScape and like allow people to purchase membership and then buy it with gold and whatnot, that would be a thing that could revitalize the game. Bonds were like such a good move. I'm astounded at how like it just that changed everything. Bonds. Doing it so much. Huh. But I mean, wasn't the whole point that the gear you could buy from like the auction house and whatnot was not the best gear you could get? It was just like pretty good gear they can get, and the best gear you could get had to be through raids. Wasn't that the case for World of Warcraft? I mean, you can always just like go over level a bit, and getting over leveled a bit would allow you to do the run. Like it's not like you don't absolutely need gear in order to be able to run certain things. If you just over level a bit. But I just see what you mean though, that like people weren't able to buy gear. But for World of Warcraft, I don't remember having to buy gear though. Whenever I played World of Warcraft, but that was. Oh, that's what you remember that. Like you had you didn't have the stuff for the what do you call that? The raids. Wait, you bought the item that drops? Well, like if you're doing raids, like aren't you part of a guild then? And like you're what's it called? And the guild's trying to like gear out their people in order to be able to do the roles that they're meant to do. What? Wait, they didn't have like just for dungeons? What? For dungeons, isn't it just like a need or greed sort of thing? And so like if you can't actually use the item, then you can't roll on it. What's called? You can't roll need on it. And then they also have like the bind on equip sort of thing. Like it can't be traded outside of that. The player base changed to bidding, meaning that. Huh? You're saying that what like basically all the player base agreed that like the person who like pays the most gets the thing, or is it more that they actually implemented that in game? That'd be huh. Oh, that's right, because Classic, they don't have Dungeon Finder. I forgot about that. They don't have Dungeon Finder, do they? Huh. That's kind of... That's very fucked. I see what you mean now. Yeah, if you can't get gear from dungeons, then how are you going to get gear? For raids. Okay, I fully understand that then. That's very, very fucked. I mean, for that, I would say like try and form your own group or like your own party, so to speak. But I know that'd be really hard. But yeah, I see what you mean. Like it just makes it needlessly difficult. Well, I've heard the Seasons Discovery, but I didn't know what makes it a million times worse. Seasons Discovery was like you got like a super cool abilities, right? Something like that. You got like a really powerful spell they could use, or like a really powerful ability. Because I remember like it allowed rogues to like actually tank, which is something unheard of in normal World of Warcraft. Oh, okay. That is fucked. Okay. The player base grew used to it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if a player base is not okay with that sort of thing, then they don't like entertain it, so to speak. It's like they allow that sort of thing to happen because it's like, oh, I could do that too. I could just auction off gear this way and I can make a ton of money doing it. Rather than people being like, no, I'm not gonna entertain that, and just ignoring the person. But the players just left? Huh. I mean, why not just make it like the same need greed rule like they had before? I don't see the huh. Like I felt like the way it was in World of Warcraft where you just like needed something if you what's called if you could use it. Well, that was like a pretty good system. And then he rolled for it. And yeah, it sucks like you don't get it, but at the same time, like you rolled for it, right? So it's random who gets it. Oh, that's fucked. Okay, so you're saying that people would get gear capped and then just keep on doing the dungeons in order to get money? That's okay. I see what you mean. That is fucked. I mean, you could just implement Dungeon Finder again, I guess. But like, I guess the whole point of Classic and whatnot was to not have Dungeon Finder, right? I feel like Dungeon Finder wasn't like a bad thing though. Well, the best way to do it, okay? So if something is like so good, it's just done by everybody. So if it's done by everybody, what that means is that everybody's doing it for a reason, right? To get gold. And they believe this is the best way to get gold. So just make a better way to get gold. The way you do that? Bonds. I don't understand why they didn't think of that idea. RuneScape did it. RuneScape did it amazing. Food and water. Okay, RuneScape did it amazingly. Like it saved the game. Bonds. Uh, Where's my fishing lure? Oh fuck, I'm using my actual fishing lure. Oh wait. Hmm. If you're new and you buckle through it. Buy all your gear and now you gatekeep other players from jobs to get more gold. That's yeah. I mean, bots have always been a problem in a lot of different games like that, but man, World of Warcraft has been known to have like the worst bot problem ever, right? There's not really too much you can do about that because it's such a simple game that you don't really need to do anything other than pressing a few buttons. Remember, RuneScape tried to fix that through like their random events, but the random events, bots just learned how to do random events, and they're like, okay, well, because the thing is, like the what's called the dumbest person had a lot of overlap with the smartest bot, and so you get the bots, or you get the people who like are like, oh, how do I do this, and then you get the bots who like just do it. Okay. Lost Ark? I remember Ark. You're talking Ark Survival Evolved? I don't. I've heard of Lost Ark though. What was? Hmm. You just need to make it not profitable to bot though. Images. What is it? I've only ever heard of the game. I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't recognize any of this. And bots are always going to be a problem because you can't make things too difficult for bots because then you make it too difficult for the dumbest person. Oh yeah, Korea has like their whole weird gaming thing. I don't know why their gaming community is like so much different compared to what's it called, compared to the rest of the worlds. And they're like I know like their competitive scene in Korea is like incredibly high level. Like it's just people are just like better if they're I don't know why. But like it's I know for like what League of Legends that they have the worlds, right, for League of Legends, and they NA always just does horribly. Like it just, they don't do good. And I remember they had to anyone, they would like bring players like from Korea or whatnot, and the players would they would get worse from playing over in America. Like what the fuck? They would get worse over time. It's like, what is happening that's causing these people to get worse when playing over here? Yeah, I used to watch Sneaky for a while. I love this Tarkov stuff more than his League of Legends stuff. Because he had an insane reaction time. One of the things I learned about pro people is that they're not just good at the game they play; they're good at like everything they do for the most part. Just because like having like insane reaction time and like the ability to what's called like intelligence is just like something that makes you it's It makes you good at like most things, rather than rather than like just being good at like a few things. Being like really smart means that you're good at like most things. That does sound pretty bad. What was it for what was that game called? Path of Exiles? I remember there used to be a really big bot problem for a long time. I remember seeing like there would be like warriors and just like be constantly going through the portals. And that was like the classic bot, was the warriors thing. But I mean, if you make a game so simple like that, it's going to get botted, sadly. But you just need to make it profitable not to bot. Or like more profitable to do other things. Actually, that's asking for a lot, but... I played Diablo 3 for a while, and Diablo 3 was that was fun, but it wasn't like the. It felt like there was just like so much randomity to it. Like you're just constantly looking for like that one specific legendary, and then you're spending the rest of the time like rolling for the good stats on it, and it's like, oh god. True. I didn't thought about that, yeah, because botters also have to consider, like, yeah, the games will be making them a certain amount of money. Because people are just buying money. Oh, okay, so that's why bonds is so good. Oh, okay, so if you make it legal to real-world trade for money, then all of a sudden you're going to have less people that are going to, like, botting companies in order to, like, to buy gold or whatnot, right? Okay, that makes a lot more sense. And so then that way that there's not as many bots because, you know, the bots aren't... people aren't going to the sort of companies in the first place whenever they can just have like it through the game, the in-game store, they can buy stuff. Okay, that makes more sense. So bonds really were actually the solution for a lot of things, huh? Huh. Well, at least for subscription-based games. I mean, RuneScape is nice in that they have the ability to like play for free. Like what's called like probably like half the game is logs behind stuff, but you can still play for free and still make money. You can become a member through buying bonds if you really wanted to. It's not like a super hard thing to do. I mean, there's a lot of like economics behind it and whatnot, and a lot of psychology, like I said. I mean, it just comes down to people are always going to try to exploit things, no matter what. I guarantee you, someone right now is probably not. Well, someone's probably botting. Honestly, on here on the server here, but so there's definitely going to be people who are just going to always be trying to exploit something, no matter what. There's only so much you can do about it, because just the only thing you can really do about it is make it not profitable, or you just make it like not like super needed to exploit, or good to exploit, or whatever you call it. I mean, single player games have solved that pretty handily. But for multiplayer games, it's whenever you can trade to people that people start valuing things very differently than others, and so they will trade money for things. Like, what is it? For No Pixel, they charge like $300 a month for Prile? That seems crazy to me, like absolutely insane. Yeah, make other games look better to bot. Yeah, but I guess that's the case. You just have to have a wide market. It kind of feels like the amount of games like that, like it's been kind of like funneling down into like just like a few, for MMOs at least. It's been like funneling down into like a core few MMOs instead of being like the. You remember back in the day when you just have like a crazy MMO, a new MMO that you'd be seeing like every other day. There really isn't that happening much anymore. Like I remember what was that game? It was called like Eden Eternal or something like that, and I played when I was a kid with my cousin. Some like weird game. Where you had like job system and all that. But it was just like some like weird MMO that ended up from MMOs, are they? But I felt like I saw so many like just MMOs popping up like everywhere. Like not really good ones, but like they were just popping up like left and right. But you're right that you need to maintain them for years before making a profit. Yeah, the companies do go under. And then people found out that MMOs were generally not the solution to making money for video games. Well, I mean, I wonder how true that is actually. I mean, because you wouldn't really call I mean, there's multiplayer games and then there's MMOs, the massive multiplayer online. And MMOs are like their own thing. Well, they are their own thing, but like it's like you're competing, but like you're competing in a way that's like very different compared to everything else. Like we're talking about deep into MTX. What's MTX? Yeah, I heard about Guild Wars. Like I remember I heard a lot of people talking about how the Guild Wars used to be like really, really good. But I've never actually like seen too much of it. Oh, okay. That's because it's always the people who it's always like the whales who end up what's it called paying for the games to actually keep them afloat. What is it? So there's something referred to as the Pareto distribution. What that means is that so let's say you have 100 workers. 20 of those workers are doing 80% of the work of the company. Like, how is that possible? How could 80 workers be doing less, like far less than the 20%? It's just because 20% of people are going to be like super, super hardworking. And what's even more interesting, of those 20 people, there's going to be 20% of those people. So there'd be, 4 people of those 20 that are doing 80% of the work of those 20%. And then they're, what's called? So on and so forth. Of those 4 people, there's probably going to be one of them who's doing 80% of the work of those 4 people. And there's just essentially just one person keeping the company up altogether. There's one more person who's just like an incredibly hard worker and is burning themselves out to the ground. I don't necessarily agree, because it's whales will keep the game afloat, but the thing is, I actually understand what you mean, because you have to whales will only buy stuff so long as the normal player base is happy, because they want to have an edge up on the rest of the player base, right? So they buy stuff in order to be able to feel like they're better than others. So you need to have the competitive spirit for them to feel like they want to be better than others. So you need to make a good, you just need to make a good game, basically. But a good game usually doesn't have microtransactions, so it's kind of like a, it's a dilemma, the dilemma they have to solve. And if a good game does have microtransactions, usually the transactions can't be too much, or else they Like they can't give like too much of a bonus, or else they people feel like they're missing out unless they're doing microtransactions, and ends up being like people get annoyed by that. Yep, yep. Ouroboros. Hmm. Yeah, I see what you mean by that. But for yeah, I know there's like you can go to school for this kind of stuff. Like this is there's a whole like psychology behind it. And people will pay very very good money for people who understand the psychology and can share that with people in the business. Video game psychology. I mean, in the end, right? They're just trying to like keep people to well, I kind of hate that like microtransactions has become like the staple of games now, because it used to be that the staple of games was just like a game, right? Maybe you'd have like DLC from time to time, but like the game would just be like a game. Like there was something like more than that. Like you just had like a cartridge with like a video game on it, or you had like a disc with the video game on it. You didn't have the microtransactions within the within that as well. And games feel I feel like games felt better that way. Pay to win things. Yeah, I mean, because you know there's always gonna be people being like, you know, but we could make more money if we just did this, and then they're like, no, you don't understand. If we did that, it's going to cause things to like to collapse. And like, but we could make more. Like they just see like the numbers and they don't really understand like. And then they're like, but the stockholders will be making more money. It's just, oh, fuck the stockholders. I hate that ruling so much. I hate that ruling that what was it, in like 1932 or whatever it was? There was a ruling by the Supreme Court that said that I think it was like Ford was someone was what's it called, like sued Ford or something like that. I forget what it was exactly. What he tried to give, they had been making a lot more, and so he tried to give raises to all of his workers. And the stockholders like sued because of that, something along those lines. And the Supreme Court ruled that the company is legally required to to increase stockholder value. They were legally required to make it so that the stockholders get the most amount of value from their the stock possible. And giving workers more money doesn't do that. And so unless they can prove that giving workers raises increases the stock value, they can't do that. And they are legally required to do things that would increase the stockholder value. Whether that be like stock buybacks, whether that be giving dividends, whether, you know, that sort of thing like that. It's very dumb. That ruling has like destroyed like the it just destroyed America, honestly. I mean, there's not much you can really do, because that ruling was going to happen regardless. Like it's going to happen because people are very greedy. People really like money, and people are going to make sure they get their money at the cost of the common man. This is how it works. Oh, but what's called I was thinking about the Pareto distribution. The Pareto distribution actually counts for a lot of things. So for any game with just microtransactions, where they're making money just based off microtransactions, there's going to be 20% of people who are making 80, or who are paying for 80% of that game. Or the amount of microtransactions they're making is 80% of the amount of money that entire game is making. And of that 20%, there's going to be there's going to be 20% who are doing the same, you know, or are going to be doing 80% of the amount of money, or spending 80% amount of money of the entire game based on that sort of thing as well. So that counts as well. Like it's just something that exists everywhere. For real life, this exists where that 20% of the people. Actually, no, I think it's actually worse in real life, because was like 1% of people owned 99 like 0.9% of all money. I'm not sure if the parental distribution applies to real life as well, or for when it comes to money, at least for money specifically, because people have found ways in order to. Anything else in the entire company? Soccer game? Soccer game. The only loot boxes I know that I've heard about, like, oh, FIFA. Is that how they make their money? I had no idea that's how they make. I just know that they made like a new one every year, and I'm like, really, they're just like nothing really changed, and they're just people are buying it again. Is that really what it is? People are buying loot boxes. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay. Because I was wondering why people kept buying like People often joke like that. That's oh, you bought the same game again, huh? What happened to just making good games? Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like you kind of have to rely now, like on the indie scene for a lot of good games. Like the, I guess not so much anymore, but Larian Studios was very indie for a while. Jesus Christ. I was always wondering, I'm like, why would people buy a sports game? I didn't really understand that. I'm like, couldn't they just go play PlayStation Sports themselves? For video games, I was always interested in, like, in the story and like the cool parts. For like, probably one of my most favorite video games, at least when I was a kid, was the Mega Man Battle Network series. It was a great series. It still is a great series. I was playing it recently. Not recently, but like half a year ago. I was playing it whenever they or a year ago, back when they had the release of it on Steam. Oh, it's such a good series. Yeah, Mega Man Battle Network was like such a cool series. That was cool. I mean, yeah, that's expected. No, that's their way of getting more money, right? You spend so much on this, and now they have new things that cost more and are cooler. That's what happens. Like the amount of time I've spent trying to get the what do we call it, like honor gear or whatever it is, from doing dungeons to try and get my character. What's it called? It was like a thing that like increased the amount of experience you get by like 100%, and you could like send it to like another character. You could have to like to grind them or something like that. I think I got like one piece of that over the course of like 2 weeks. It was like such a hard grind for that. Yeah, they really are. Okay, they understand the system. They understand, you know, what's going to catch, what's going to get the whales. They understand the system. I mean, I like the way League of Legends did it, in that they just made it so like the skins was a thing that people could buy. I mean, League of Legends is like one of the most toxic games that there is, but I mean, it is what's it called? The way they went about things wasn't like super toxic. I feel like it just, for whatever reason, the player base just became one of the most toxic player bases there is. Gambling, yeah. People, yeah, they're just like, what if we just took advantage of what's it called, people's gambling addictions? What if we just did that? People love gambling. I mean, they realized that with gacha as well, right? I'm not sure if you played any gacha games, but Japan realized that pretty early on. They're like, oh, gacha games, this is what we need to do. And Yeah, I heard about that. The $500 skin, the Ari skin. I was like, what the fuck? But I'm pretty sure it was just like, I don't know. It's just meant to be like a super exclusive thing. It's not meant to be something that's necessarily like purchased, but it's just meant to be a. Well, it is. It's meant to be purchased, but it's because it's so exclusive. Like you're able to show off because of it. It's like, you know, people really just want to show off. That's what they want to do. The reason why the whales buy so much is because they want to show off to people who are not whales. And the way they do that is by spending very large amounts of money on the game. Yeah, that's so funny to me. They'll ban like Ari, so nobody could use the skin for it. I mean that can be, that can also be like really toxic as well, though, in the sense like that. From what I've heard, that they'll always ban the well, I mean, there's a good reason for that. Like they'll in ranked, they'll always ban the new champion because people don't like either know how to people, it'll either be like too strong because League really likes to make their champions really strong at the very beginning to get people to buy them. And then they'll nerf it once it's been out for a bit. Or two, people are wanting to play it despite not knowing how to play the character, which is a very good reason as well. and so you won't even be able to play the new champion despite having being released like have the play. Which is that's always interesting. I mean, but League of Legends managed to survive probably like the longest out of any. I mean, I don't think you'd call it like an MMO. What do you call that, MMO? League of Legends? I'm not sure. It doesn't like feel like the. Oh yeah, I fully understand. I stopped playing League of Legends for the same reason, where I would just get like really angry, like this, like levels of anger where I'm like, this is probably not okay. Like this is like why am I getting so angry over something like this? This feels like such a strange thing to get. But like I would get like I was just, I'd be seething. I'd actually be seething. I'd be like, what the fuck? Why am I seething over a video game? It is really weird, isn't it? But it does bring it out on people. It's probably why it's known as the most toxic community there is. Yeah, I remember they would people would often joke to say, let's go, you only play League of Legends if you hate yourself. And I'm like, Yeah, I know what you mean. I fully understand what you mean. I don't think I've ever considered myself to ever have an anger issue. The most well, let's see, like the last time I ever got like angry was probably like a month ago, back with the what's it called, back with the Van Dorst thing, where she I was real pissed. I was real pissed that she it felt like she was like heavily trying to working for the prosecution for Tammy's case. And I was like super pissed about it. I'm like, she definitely fucked up here. I'm going to, you know, I'm just going to make a bar complaint about it. I was real mad about that. But I usually don't get too mad too easily. I might get annoyed, but getting mad, that's rare. Yeah, that's true. I played Dota for a little bit. It felt really strange, and then I played Heroes of the Storm for a while. But I'm pretty sure, I think the game died. But it was interesting, Heroes of the Storm. But yeah, I didn't ever have that rage except for League of Legends. I don't know what it was about the game. There's something about it would just cause me to start seething. It was very strange. I mean, being able to get like angry over a game though, it shows at least like that you're invested in it, right? And League of Legends has stuck around for so long, so they're really doing something, right? Yeah, I heard that. What was it? Something about the way I remember someone was doing like some sort of analysis on it, and that the way the system worked, it kind of it made it so that like that once one team started losing, they started like hyper losing, basically something along those lines. And there was very little in the way of comeback mechanics. True. I guess that's true. For me, I felt like I would get. Yeah, I would get really angry at my teammates as well. Like that's something that very commonly happened. But yeah. Now I think about it, it's your teammates they get angry about, right? It's not the enemy team they get angry about. It's the teammates. Yeah. Huh. Must be. Yeah. So I guess in what was the other game? Smite. I played Smite for a good while too, and that was fun. I don't remember raging in Smite. I remember what's it called. I remember getting annoyed by certain things in Smite, but I don't think I raged ever. No. Smite was a cool game. Or what the fuck are they doing? They're just over there feeding. You know, that sort of thing. Or are they coming out with Smite too? Oh, are we a mega full right now? Or we're mega full right now, okay. Oh, maybe I'll play it. Probably not, but I might give a shit. We'll see what's happening in 2 weeks. Alright, we fished for a while. We fished for a good long while. Let's see. Well, usually there's not too many people around during this time, but we'll go and see if JoJo's around. And Franklin's around. I'm surprised Joy, though, was, we talked to Joy earlier, and he's like, oh, I need to talk with, Van Dorst and, Prescott about what we're going to do. And I'm like, what? I'm pretty sure he left that to you. Joy's always been someone, though, who doesn't like doing things on his own. He likes, having, like, confirmation from others. But, I was hoping he would just deal with it. He's Supreme Justice now, so he's not acting like it, but it's hoping he would deal with it. Well, we'll see what happens. Now at least we have it going in the process. Anyway, I think, let me check. I was gonna say, I think Penny should be around. I hadn't heard about it until you said it, so it's probably, well, the fact that you said it means that it is known, so I'm pretty sure that probably, well, it depends on what people would care about it, but the people who do care about it, no. But I mean that was, I expected as much, right? That wasn't anything super. I did expect him to like to continue playing on ONX like occasionally, because I mean he does like have a what's called a portion in like the server, but I guess he I can understand getting really pissed whenever over decisions of like where you want to take like the game. Like you were promised like, hey, you know, we're gonna have a say in like what you're gonna do. You're gonna have a say. We're gonna make things differently than what No Pixel was, and then just being like lied to about that. That'd feel awful. That'd feel horrible. It would just I would be like this incredibly disappointed. I mean, like, hey, what? You know, just fuck it. You know, we're not gonna deal with this. I don't care if I put so much money in it. We're not gonna deal with it. I'm so curious to see it now. All right. What was I doing yesterday? I think I was just streaming for most of the day yesterday. Or no, I was in the city, but I wasn't streaming all of it. But I was waiting for a call from Joy, which never came, and then I actually had to go see Joy in person. But we did find Joy, and we did talk with him about it. We got things in the works. That's good, which means that's going to be another week until we get the bar license back, but that's things are in the works. I just want things to have, like, you know, a definite date. Joy understands that as well, which is why he, what's it called? Why he said he'd get that going. Like, Joy is the judge we understand the most. What's it called? Joy's just, he's so easy to work with. It's amazing. He just, like, I don't know, I feel like we kind of get each other for some reason. Like, I understand what he's looking for, he understands what I'm looking for. It's, this kind of works. For things stalled. Oh, I understand. Like, yeah, with ONX, things were just like at a standstill for so long. I was like, what the fuck are they doing? Like, actually, what the fuck are they doing? Like, it's just like. Pretty sure that guy's judge hiking over there as well. There we go. I mean, I understand why he'd be stressing me. Like, he was like the hype guy for so long, right? And then, oh wait, I forgot to. There we go.
Hey, Liz.
Hey, Dimmy. What's going on over here?
No. I haven't really been working today.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, you won your case pretty nicely.
Somehow? I don't know how. I was really hoping I could get my fucking phone back. God.
Damn it! They didn't get, well, let's go. Cops never give your phone back.
Yeah. Trash.
Probably. You know, because as much as he's a little bit of a drama guy, it's just a bit. It's one person working. All right, let me last one.
Yeah, I guess.
But for good reason too. I mean, like, it's I'd be really pissed as well if something I put like so much time and money into would just is just like and all the effort is just like being thrown away and saying, you know, go just go fuck yourself. I'd be real pissed. I kind of felt like that was what was happening with Lis for a while, which is why I was a little bit.
Did you need food, Liz?
No, actually, I just came here to hang out.
Oh, yeah. There's not really many people here these days.
At this time?
Yeah.
I remember there being there was like a whole thing here. There was like even like a court here about like a month ago.
you know, it's What do I have in Arena?
Rena. Oh yeah, yeah, I remember her. Has been a while since I've seen her. Me.
Thank you.
Oh, can I take your order, miss?
I'm actually looking for a Peggy.
Peggy? I don't think she's here at the moment, but I think she might be listed in the directory if you want to call her.
Okay. Yeah, I just got into town and she offered me a position.
Oh yeah, she's in the directory right there if you want to call her. Up and Adam to go.
Okay, will do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, glad to help out. Yeah, she sounds new, and that mic is something else. I'm not sure if that's a very bad voice changer or if it's just a horrible mic. So I was talking with Roland about this. I did upload the thing to the YouTube, but it was like 4 hours long, but what's it called? It's only like for half an hour or so that I talked to Roland. But he was talking about how he's getting real pissed at the cops, and he was saying that these cops are smurfing all these criminals. And I'm like, huh, that is a really good point, right? That these cops, the cops in this server are really experienced, because they didn't want people for some reason without like having a lot of experience. But I don't agree with that kind of thing. I think it's really good to have what do you call that? People who are not very experienced with things to do stuff. Like you don't want to. They kind of fucked up by having so many people with past experience in the server. Like you want like the new people to to set the route of things rather than the old people to try and fuck things up with their previous knowledge. But no, they fucked up. they had the what do you call it? They had the older people deciding things instead of the new people. You know, I mean, it can be hard to like get past what you're used to. I know even with what do you call that? Oh, sorry. Yeah, but as for I think that's the major reason for the. That's the major reason for the reason why the server's been felt so stagnant is because people have just been stuck in their old ways, sadly. Yeah, because you know the criminals are going to be like newer players because you know that's where you go to for newer players is because it's just so much easier. Criminals, being a criminal allows fuck ups. It allows fuck ups, and for some reason that they're not they're not forgiving of any fuck ups whenever you're part of a cops or government positions, which I don't think is very. That's not good. That's not good. I mean, it's kind of felt like the server in general hasn't been forgiving of fuck ups, which is not good. Yeah. Actually, what am I talking about? From the very beginning, they said they were not very forgiving of fuck ups. They said, you know, strikes are permanent. They never get off your record. You know, they've said yes, they're not forgiving of fuck ups. Huh? I didn't consider that. And it's really important to be forgiving of fuck ups. The fact that they weren't shows yeah, I mean the people who are like the old timers are the ones they just got given like you know top spots. You know, of course, because you know they had the clout or whatever to do so. I mean, like Wrangler, what he started off as like just a normal cadet. Like that's like a really humbling experience. I feel like for me to see that, like despite him having so much experience, he still started himself off as a cadet. He's always like trying to work up the way ranks in RP, Like that's like such a good. That's great. That's amazing. I'm like, I'm I'm actually amazed at like that he would have like the humility to be able to do something like that, Penta. It's because he just really likes RP. It's something that's hard to what's called despite people doing all this, not a lot of them seem to like RP. Yeah, because it's fun to work your way out from the beginning. It's fun to what do you call that? To have things to have to start over from the beginning. I think wipes are a good thing. Me personally, I'm someone who likes restarting things. I kind of like starting things from the beginning. It feels really good. But a lot of people are like, no, I don't want all my progress to go away. Well, I mean, it's you can just kind of, but you can get all the progress again though. That's wouldn't that feel like really good if you just like lost all of it and then did it over again? But that's like the people who like roguelikes, that sort of thing. But I'm someone who enjoys both grinding and enjoys roguelikes, enjoys that sort of playstyle, I guess you call it. Nobody's here? Okay, I was wondering because I saw 2 cops here. There's gates going on, I guess not. Where are people? I forgot that there's no people around during these times. You think maybe I could ask for a ride-along? Who was it? I think it was Baker that was saying that she would give ride-alongs. What if I wonder, huh? I've got an idea. Okay. Let me check real quick. I mean, I think a good trade of an RP or just creating RP. Like, that's probably what I would just define it as, is creating RP. Doesn't matter if it means being able to facilitate others' RP or being able to come up with an arc for other people. Like, it's just, you know, the whole point of it is to create RP. A lot of people seem to forget about that. A lot of people seem to like not want to roleplay despite being on a roleplay server, and that's kind of sad, honestly. I've just heard people speaking about like the horrors of public cities so much that like I'm like, what the fuck's happening on these public cities? Like, I guess they're just treating it like GTA Online or something like that. But even in this city, there's still people who are treating it like it's a video game, who are treating it like who are not willing to facilitate others' RP, who are doing things like just to fuck not necessarily just fuck over others, no, but just to like to impede others' progress, to yeah, who are not creating RP, they're like anti RP. Interesting. Did I park here? I parked here, right? Oh, it's my UI's broken. That's what it is. I mean, I think I think privates are really good for that reason, but it's the bad part of private servers is that they tend to get stuck and stagnant very easily. You tend to have the same people doing the same things. You tend to have the very little in the way of newer players, and newer players is what like allows games to continue living. Why isn't my... There we go. Huh. That's funny. Well, I mean, yeah, if people are actually role-playing, then I'd want to encourage that and, you know, foster that sort of thing. I don't know. It just... I don't understand why people would play a roleplay game and then not roleplay. It doesn't really make sense to me. Like, I understand, like, you know, they want to have, like... I'm actually not sure what the reasoning is. There's other games they could play if they want to do that kind of thing, so why... why put up the pretense of wanting to roleplay? Feels very strange to me. What is this white dot? Oh, the beam machine. Alright, let's go hang out Franklin and gang, I guess, for a bit. You know what? I don't know. I was considering yesterday doing crime. Like, what if I just did like a little bit of crime? I haven't had an urge to really do that all day. Like all day, because I'm like, okay, I finally gotten the goal of what I was going towards. So I got a definite gear bar license. We'll discuss that. Now that I got that, I don't feel like I need to do crime anymore. Before your mom thought I would get in trouble. No, that's an interesting character, huh? There was I remember there was one server bro character that we met as Lis. I think he was only there for like one day, sadly. But he had a really cool character. Actually, I thought it was a really cool character idea. That his character was all about like riding the waves, so to speak, and he just went up the Sandy and was like hanging out there. But I didn't hear much from him afterwards, so I guess he kind of decided to stop. I mean, because having I guess it kind of is kind of a little bit like gimmick characters like that. It's kind of hard to create RP from that. Like if you've seen from Penny, she has like her wrestling shtick going on, and like there hasn't really been much RP from that. It's there's not really RP that comes from what's called gimmicks too well. There is whenever there's like a lot to the gimmick, like Mafia RP allows for a lot of stuff like that because there's just so much to the Mafia. But for stuff like being a server bro, there's only so much you can do. Pretend he did. Alright, that's pretty cool, right? Like a guy who's wanting to show off to others, and pretending like he knows things. That's cool. Yeah, there's a lot more story to that involved than just having like a gimmick. With Lis, honestly, I didn't really have that much for idea of like what was going to happen with him. I just started role playing and just saw where it took me. I'm like wherever this takes me, sure. And a lot of people were saying Lis should be a lawyer. I'm like, okay, I guess I can try that out. And so I had him doing paralegal work for a while, and then he just accidentally became a lawyer. Although I wanted my other character to be a lawyer. I really wanted her to be the lawyer. But then Abby was like hard denying my RP. It was not that was not. I couldn't even like learn. I was not good. I'm like, what the fuck? But you won't even let me speak with officers. You won't even let me like just talk. Like that was awful. That was like I really didn't like that. Like I literally only just wanted to talk with people, and not even that was allowed. I mean, Abby's no longer part of the well, it's not really on the server anymore. Just playing No Pixel. But still was supposed to be the lawyer. I remember still going up in front of all the judges during this one like DOJ meeting they were having, and they were reprimanding everybody. And asking about some questions and like having a summary or whatnot, and I was like, I was really freaked out by it. I was all spooked. Call his mom even though he was 24. I get that. That's kind of sounds like Ezra's character a little bit. It's like my mom's gonna kill me if I get my this car damaged. Get her car damaged. Are the beam machines here? Is there anything? Oh, fish. Fish is around. Oh, beam machine is not open though.
Listen, the dog won't hurt you as long as you don't eat the candy it gives you. fuck. I've given up on life. I don't care.
Okay,
Nah.
I won't eat the candy.
No.
The driver.
Yeah. Yeah, tow driver.
You're gonna cash me money to unfucking tow it.
I have no idea what's happening here.
Not normal, unless it gets impounded. But if you're here,
I don't know.
Hey, Fish.
Are you getting bullied by a pug?
What are you up to, Fish? You giving people candy? I don't. I don't know what that means. Do you need help? Is it?
I think it just wants love and attention.
What's love and attention? He wants like an owner? What's pet at? Here, you got some pets right there. You feeling better? What? Oh. Fish! 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 Wait, what's wrong, Fish? Do we have a vet? Is there... Vet, Vet... There's no vet. And the single doctor's busy. Should I take a woman to the hospital or what? Fish, it's gonna be okay, Fish. What if I just like do it again? Will it make it better? Alright, here, I'm gonna try to like do it the other direction, okay? Fish, alright, let's like do it quicker this time. Is it better? No, is it better? Oh, okay, okay, alright. Alright, that's good, that's good. I was worried there for a second. Okay, you scared me, Fish. Alright, I'm gonna remove myself from liability over here. That's that's alright. And guys, like you can't tell my mom seriously. Sounds like an interesting character. Oh, nobody around. That's not actually like quite an interesting character. That was a nice little bit of RP there. What we got with Fish. I was just fighting that. Got the ambulance here at least for Fish.
Are the hallucinations almost dreamlike, would you say?
This show's faking it. Man, look at him, he's faking.
Take this.
Are you feeling any more tired than usual?
Oh my.
Who?
Alright.
No one. Drink that.
Officer, listen to me closely. Because I think this is what happened to the last person. I think you were poisoned with ketamine.
Hey, what's going on?
Can you poison somebody? Ketamine? Is that?
I've done.
Who poisoned
listen,
him?
I've done a lot of drugs in my time.
Hey, take this.
I've done a lot of drugs in my time. I
What
know
was
ketamine
this?
does to somebody.
Take it, drink it.
Why would I just drink a random bottle?
Drink it.
I don't think I want to. I'm sorry.
Drink it. You to the hospital and we're gonna get you sobered up.
What if I just give it to Fish? Will that?
No, I mean I don't have it. Well, I do in the back of the ambulance probably.
I'm coming. I'm sick. What if I get a shit to get ketamine? I'm sick.
I mean,
I'm headaching. I'm fucked up.
Drink it.
Here, look, this is a. Here's a gift for you on this.
Oh, yeah, there's only Fish here.
Oh, you got me a gift? Oh,
Yeah. You see that art? Yeah, there you go.
Only one.
I got a cod.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, man.
I see like 3 of them.
There's only
I'd
one.
like it.
Only one Fish. There's another pug though named Help Me, but he's not. He, she, not
Well, Fish might like one as well. me see.
Well, let me get you into the ambulance, okay?
Why'd you give me a fish?
Here, let me help you in.
Well, I thought you'd like a fish.
Oh,
Would you like a fish? Fish?
Hey, listen, I give you $20 if you kick that puppy.
I'm not gonna kick it. It's so cute.
Here's a nice cod for you.
What the fuck?
Fish, don't go poisoning more people. And if you do, at least poison me. Let me have some fun.
Alright, look, 7. Alright, see you, fish. Oh, let me as well.
Motherfucker.
Well. They're missing, that's hilarious. That's very funny. I like that. What's it called? For that one, I was considering drinking it, but I don't think Lis is that dumb. He would have been at the start, but, not anymore. Oh.
Oh my god, it came out of nowhere.
It was... Alright. What's called it? It was just a medicine bottle or something like that. It didn't look like a. I'm pretty sure it had a label on it of acid. I don't think they just labeled bottled acid, but so I don't think Lis would drink a bottle labeled acid given to him by a random stranger. He would give it to fish probably, but I don't think he would drink himself. But I was going to actually I was curious what would happen if I. No, but I don't think it was a reasonable request to drink the acid sounding. But it would have been interesting, somewhat. But what is it? Isn't it like your stomach lining supposed to be like really like thick or whatever? So like it wouldn't it wouldn't even matter too much if you drink acid. Well, I guess it depends on like how powerful the acid, right? Give advice to people they rest. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about that. I was going to call Baker. I got sidetracked. I'm not sure if she's around though, but we can call Baker. I was gonna say I could just check if she was streaming, but no, I know she sometimes does stuff off stream as well. And regardless, that's meta. I should be doing that. But I guess she's not Alright, no answer. Wait, no, there is. What's her name? Lana. We can call Lana. We can call Lana real quick. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, but you're allowed to do a ride along, but the cop has to agree to it, and it usually have to. Baker said before though that was it Lana or was it Baker? I forget which. said that it was okay to do ride-alongs if I asked. I was like, okay, well, okay, I'll take you up on that. But I guess not, because they're not awake at the moment. Both of them are usually awake around this time, aren't they? That's what I thought. Let me see. Have and take your keys out. This is actually like the epitome. I hate this. Oh, severe lag. What the? That was very severe lag. Let me see. Who's actually here right now? Is this nobody on the server right now? Franklin's around, I guess. Wombat's around. And Lucky. Oh wait, no, that's different Lucky. And T. If that's the case, I might just end stream here. There's not too much going on right now. I mean, we could wait for Penny to wake up. You see? You text her morning. I don't think she's awake though. I'm pretty confident of that actually, because she would have messaged me. Oh yeah, it is late for you, isn't it? So that's chill. Hey, it was nice talking with you though. I enjoyed that. You know quite a bit about video games. That was not a lot more than me at least. I thought I had a fairly decent amount of video game knowledge. Yeah, it was nice talking with you though. I enjoyed that. I think yeah. Let me see. Let's see. We'll do the ending recap. It's been a while since I've done it. I feel like we do the ending recap. The ending recap. Not too much has happened today though, so that's why I haven't been doing the ending recaps, because not too much has happened. Usually a lot more happens. But I guess we did just like fish for most of the day though. Alright, what has happened today? Today we managed to speak with Joy. We managed to get hopefully scheduled the bar hearing or whatever for Lis. It's been 2 weeks now. It's been a long time now. I don't understand why they're I mean I get it. It's been a while. It's been a while. Yeah, and thanks, Smart Boss. It's good to see you. It's been a while, so maybe but it is guaranteed though, because Joy does get shit done. He's not someone who fucks around, so I'm thankful for that. And so now Joy we'll get that done. I have full faith in Joy. And so now all that needs doing is we just need to wait again. Just kind of ass, but that's what we're doing. Let's see what happened after that. We talked to Decker. I think that was about the only thing that happened after that. We just talked to Decker, and Decker was like, "Do you hate me?" That was so funny. Do you hate me? No, I don't hate you, Decker. I just like you. I'm not gonna. You know, I understand you have your interests. That was so funny. That was great. I love that. But other than that, yeah, not too much has happened. I think that's about it. All right. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for sticking around. I appreciate it. I really do. And remember, life is sacred.